the healthcare industry as far as padding the bills. Ask any doctor, ask any nurse. They'll tell
No, they
you.
have universal healthcare systems. We don't.
No, I understand because we have the doctors. The system is broken. The system is a disaster. I can give you another example. I know another hospice nurse. No, she was in the hospital. This 90-year-old lady. She was dying. Right. She had like a day to live. The doctor said she didn't have a DNR. She had a DNR, but they didn't have the actual documents. But the doctors knew she had a DNR, but they just didn't have the actual documents. So the lady was on her deathbed. So they started giving her CPR. They put her on oxygen. They did all these tests to her. They broke her ribs. They basically tortured this lady for another day. They added $30,000 to the bill, and they knew she was going to die the next day. But they did it anyway. And my nurse friend that was in the room at the time was screaming at the doctor for what he did to that poor woman at 90 years old, torturing her for the last day of her life.
You understand that that's literally what they have to do legally?
But that's
right.
That's
you understand that if there is no documents of a DNR, they will be held accountable.
They
literally do not fucking save that person.
They knew
they let that person die.
They knew that
is ridiculous to assume that they would give up their license to do something like that.
They knew that she had the DNR. They knew it.
No, you can't do that. You literally cannot do the DNR, right? If they do not have the documents, right? You have to have the documents.
Right. They knew that she had the documents is what I'm telling you.
Well, if the documents weren't there, they can't do that. They can't do anything about that.
Okay. So that's why my nurse friend was so mad at them, because she knew that what they did was wrong. That's the point. But anyway, that's part of the problem with the, the doctors. You go to the doctor, you have, everything's twice as expensive when the government pays it. Why is that? If I go,
it's actually half as expensive in these countries around the world that have adopted universal.
I'm not talking about the other countries.
Half as much per capita, and they have better health outcomes.
I'm talking about here. Stop with other countries.
Because we haven't adopted a universal healthcare system. Okay,
no,
we need to look at other countries and compare that to our country, because that's going to be effective for what types of economies that we should demonstrate within our system. That's ridiculous to assume that we can't look at other countries to compare against our economy to say what we should do or what we shouldn't do. That's absurd.
Our economy is much different than other countries. We have different responsibilities.
No, it isn't. It really isn't. We have capitalist economies.
In some ways, if we stop giving money to other countries, we'd have plenty of money to do that. I agree, but the whole system is, like I said.
That's not true, right? Like the amount we give in foreign aid or given to Ukraine is pretty minimal, right? Ukraine, $70 billion a year. That's like 1/4 of what we spend on our net interest. Wait, hold up. Can I finish this statement, please?
Sure.
That's 1/4 of what we spend on our interest payment on our debt. Okay.
Why are we giving money to Ukraine?
To ensure that Russia can't invade further into Europe.
How's that working out?
It's actually pretty fucking well.
It is?
Yeah.
Russia's destroying Ukraine.
That's not true. That's completely not true.
And who's going to fix Ukraine when it's done?
The people that live there, right?
No,
and there's also funding from other countries. Some of those are loans, the same way that we provided loans for European countries after World War II.
Nobody's ever paid back a loan.
You know what the Marshall Plan is? Yeah, they do. They actually do pay back. Do you know what these different plans were? We literally gave money to countries in Europe after the war.
Yeah.
We've done this historically.
Yeah. Well, that's the problem. Stop giving money to other countries. Keep it here.
But this is meant to limit Russian aggression into Europe, because Russia has shown that multiple different countries they've already invaded. They have already taken Crimea. They have already taken Georgia. They have shown that they are invading countries around them.
What country did they take over during during Trump?
They didn't take one under Trump, but they did under Bush.
Why is that?
I don't know, but they did under Bush.
Yeah.
Just because it wasn't taken under Trump doesn't mean that was caused by Trump.
Oh, it's just a coincidence.
You understand that those things can just be associated? Correlation does not indicate causation.
So for 4 years, they didn't invade anything. But as soon as he leaves, they didn't invade anything for 4 years. Yeah, sure. Okay.
I don't know what you're talking about. It was more than 4 years, actually, because it was the last time was 2014. So.
Right. But that's the problem, though, is we give too much money to other countries, keep the money here, and take care of our own. Not $700 to people who lost everything in Hawaii.
70 billion. So the point of 70 billion. Wait, so do you want to give money to the people in Hawaii?
You need to help them out. They lost their homes. They lost.
I agree.
everything.
We should give money to them.
You know, we're
Right?
not gonna
But
take, they
us
wanna take
giving
their
money to
The government
Ukraine.
wants to take their land. They already told them we will buy your land, and the people there are like, no, we've had this land for generations. We're not selling, but they
Okay,
want
you're not
that
answering.
land.
So us giving money to Ukraine, right, is
Right.
not limiting our ability to give money to Hawaii.
No, but it certainly could, because the money.
No.
Listen, we got $32 trillion in debt. We can't afford to give money to other countries.
Yeah, you understand other countries have greater levels of debt comparative to their GDP than we do here in the U.S. They have higher debt to GDP ratios.
Again, you're comparing other countries. I don't care about other countries.
Yeah, that's how economists do shit, dude. We literally compare, like, economists. That's literally how economists work. They compare
if your neighbor has a 200,000.
So, Steve, they compare other types of systems all the time, right? Whether it be Canada, whether it be UK, whether it be France, whether it be European countries, to the United States to determine what types of economic policies that we should promote, right? Or what we should do. That is literally how economists do things all the time. We look at history, we look at different countries. That is literally the whole point of what economists are analyzing in terms of market trends. For you to deny that is just denying the field of statistics and denying most economists. And by the way, everyone, while he's unmuting himself, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes, everyone. If you disagree, if you support Trump, make sure to send a guest request right now, y'all.
I didn't realize I muted myself. Sorry.
Oh, no, I muted you.
Oh. All right, what else we got? What about the border? What do you think about the border?
Yeah, so if you actually want to fix what's going on at the border, what we need to do is we need to reduce the time it takes for people to come into the country legally. Sometimes it takes 7 to 10 years, on average, for people to come to the country, plus like $10,000. So that's insane.
It took my mother 9 years to come in here. It took my father to come here 9 years after my mother came.
That's too much. Right. I think it should be a faster process to ensure that people would choose to go through the legal processes rather than just to go through processes in which are not legal. But most people who come into the country, right, like undocumented that is by coming here legally on visa and then overstaying the visa.
Well, that's a big problem too. I agree with that.
That's a bigger problem than the what's it called? Than the people that are coming through the border.
Okay, so what do you do about it? What do you do about the people that are coming across the border?
Yeah, so what we do is we need to defund the cartels by legalizing and decriminalizing drugs in the U.S. so there are American producers of drugs so that people aren't giving money to the cartels and funding them. We need a faster immigration-based system so that people are incentivized to come through the legal processes more rather than going through illegal methods that would entail coyotes or would entail cartels, right? Things like that, right? So we need to defund them. We need to give people access to immigrate to the country, right? And that would fix a lot of the issues that we see with the border right now.
That would stop all the people from walking across the border.
Not every single person, but it would heavily reduce it.
Yeah. Well, I agree that the cartels are a problem in the Mexican the Mexican government and a lot of these other American countries run by the cartels. That's because of the corruption too. So that's a huge problem.
Yeah. So let's defund the cartels. No one, none of the Republicans are talking about actually going at the crux of what's causing these issues, and instead they just want to build a wall and deal with all the problems that come from the issue. Okay, we need to deal instead of just dealing with the symptoms. We need to deal with the cause.
Right, but you also have to deal with the symptoms and the cause. Because look at New York
but they're not
City.
talking about that. They never talk about the cause.
Look at New York City and California and New Hampshire and Massachusetts. Massachusetts just declared a state of emergency last week because of all the people that are coming across. They can't handle it. They're a sanctuary city.
Massachusetts?
In Massachusetts. They just declared a state of emergency.
Massachusetts isn't even close to the border.
No, but they're still coming here. They've been being sent here. Look it up. Maura Healey just declared a state of emergency last week or 2 weeks ago because of all the illegals that are coming to Massachusetts. They can't handle them. They're bringing them. They're sending them all over the.
That's wild. That's wild. I don't know. I would have to check that. Maybe
Maura Healey. Look it up. And she's a.
People are saying to speed the document process.
Yeah,
that's actually a good thing.
In Louisiana, a
Yeah, if they come across legally, like my mother did. My mother, when she came here when she was 16 years old, didn't speak the language. She had to learn. She had to have a sponsor. It took her 9 years to get my father over here. And then they both came over here. They both worked. They both took their citizenships test.
Exactly. We want hardworking people coming to the country. And actually, the citizens test is bullshit, right? Like most people in the U.S. wouldn't pass the citizens test.
I agree with that. Because
it's really bullshit.
The education system is a joke. I agree with that 100%.
I appreciate it. I see Pan. Thank you for the watermelon love.
I know a lot of people that can't tell you why we have 13 stripes on the flag. I know.
Well, we don't now. We did then, yeah.
Yeah. We don't have 13 stripes on the flag?
No.
What do we
Not
have?
anymore. We have 50.
We have 50 stripes?
Oh, you said stripes. I thought you meant stars. Sorry, my bad.
Stripes, yeah.
Sorry, my bad. I thought you said stars. I was like, what? Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do.
13 stripes. 13 stripes. Everybody knows the 50 stars. Ask them the 13. Ask a random caller.
Well, because there was 13 stars and then 50. Okay. So.
Right. Ask them why we have 13 stripes, and then ask them to explain what they are. And I bet they can't do it.
I don't know why it would be so hard for them. I think most people in the comment section can.
I bet they can't.
Well, you can see the comments that people are saying.
I'll make a wooden flag. I'll donate a wooden, because I make wooden flags. If you see my profile, I'll make a wooden flag for the first person that texts without Googling it why we have 13 stripes and name them all. Quick.
There's not enough characters in the comment section for them to do that.
Well, they can abbreviate. They can just abbreviate this. I didn't want to kind of give the answer, but they can abbreviate it. 13 of them. First person to do it, I'll donate you a flag. You send me your address, and I'll mail you a flag. How about that?
Yeah, I don't think people are going to say it in the comment section.
Yeah, because they can't do it. They can't do it.
No, I just think there's too many.
Why? If they just do, abbreviate everything, they can do it. It's not that hard. Anyway. All right. Well, it was good talking to you. Hopefully, the country will get back to normal.
Wait, do you not want to address anything else? I can bring up other thing.
I could be here all night. Go ahead.
Okay, sure. So, there's a few things I want to reference. So there, so again with Trump, do you have any issue with him lying about the election being stolen?
I wouldn't say lying about it. There's definitely issues that went along with the election. I'll give you an example: mail-in voting, counting votes weeks after the election.
Wait, how did Trump vote?
I'm 58 years old.
How did Trump vote?
It's different. It's different when you have you ask for a ballot, but when they blanket send out ballots to random people, there's no way to verify the chain of custody of ballots. When you vote, you go to the voting place.
How did Trump vote?
I understand what you're saying.
Well, no, I just want to know. How did Trump vote?
I don't know. I assume that he went in person, but maybe he mailed it in. I don't know.
He mailed it in.
Maybe he mailed it in.
He did mail it in.
But when you do that, okay, you lose the chain of custody of that ballot. You don't know if that ballot ends up in the trash. You don't know if it got there late. You don't know if it got stuck in some bin somewhere. You don't know if it got stuck in the mailbox. You don't know what happened.
But for real, they don't know if Trump's vote was legitimate.
Right, exactly. So when you do
we do. So actually, mail-in votes are extraordinarily unlikely to be fraudulent.
No, because what happens is when you mail let's say I request a ballot tomorrow, okay? I die the next day. Guess what? That ballot's still coming to my house, okay? Who's to say that somebody that got that ballot when it came to my house didn't vote in my name, even though I just died 2 days earlier? You don't know if they did. So just the fact that you maybe don't know that might have happened.
Yeah, so they can track them. You have to sign it, right? So they're committing a they check signatures. They're committing a crime there. But secondly, hold up. Secondly, it's also that there's one vote there. So that happens in elections sometimes. Like in general, mail-in voting isn't necessarily new, right? But it's pretty easy to track these different types of mail-in ballots, and that's why they're actually coming after a bunch of Republicans that were doing stuff like this.
I'm 58 years old.
Not with the mail-in votes, but
I've seen a lot of elections, and they've always been decided that night or the very next day. We've never had to wait days, weeks for votes to be counted. That has never happened before.
Because you never had a pandemic.
No, and the reason that's happening is because of the mail-in ballots.
No, because of the pandemic.
Right, because of the mail-in ballots.
So the pandemic, right? That's why you haven't seen it any other time in history,
And the
right?
pandemic,
Because literally that's like
scam.
unprecedented within your life.
Right, and
Okay.
the whole pandemic is a whole nother scam. It's a
Okay.
whole nother scam.
Give me an explanation of how the
I
pandemic
can
is a
give you an
scam.
explanation.
Go for it.
Ivermectin. Remember when they kept saying ivermectin doesn't work? It's a horse dewormer. You can't use it. You're gonna die. Joe Rogan's gonna die because he used ivermectin.
So
Guess what?
it's an antiviral, but it doesn't. There's
Guess
no
what the
evidence to say
CDC
it's been effective for COVID.
Guess what the CDC said last week?
What did they say?
They said ivermectin is okay to use for COVID. Look it up. Google it.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
just announced it.
So did they say
just
it's
announced it
effective?
2 weeks ago when they knew that it was effective. Everybody knew it was effective.
CDC,
Okay?
ivermectin.
Everybody knew that it was effective. Even the doctor from CNN, when he was on Joe Rogan, knew that it was effective, and he had to backtrack, and it was a big controversy.
Yeah. So what does this say? Can you read this for me?
I can't read it. No. That's just one example of my girlfriend. My girlfriend got
Wait,
vaccinated.
no. Can you read it real quick?
I can't read it. I can't. My
I
eyes
got
not
you.
that good.
The Washington State Department of Health warns people should not take ivermectin to prevent or treat COVID-19.
Okay, but everybody that
From the CDC.
everybody that's taken it.
Not approved for FDA to treat COVID-19.
When was that? Where was those?
This is from February 1st, 2022.
I just told you
This
that's
other one-
2022. I told
Yeah,
you they
this is
just
from
approved
August 26, 2021.
They just approved it.
Yeah, where? I just looked it up. I looked up CDC, ivermectin is effective. It didn't come up.
Okay, so it's a joke. People get sick. That's like I said. My girlfriend had.
Can you tell me the source? Can you tell me the source for that claim about ivermectin?
It was on the CDC website.
Well, I just went through the CDC.
I don't know if it's on the CDC website now. They just
So
announced.
it went on and then randomly went away.
Wouldn't surprise me one bit.
Yeah, so there's a health advisory that says not to take ivermectin from the CDC. I don't see anything from the CDC that says this. You know the particular article. Can you give me the hold up with the article? Hold up with the article. Can you give me the title?
I'd have to look. I'll have to look it up.
I'll let you go look it up real quick. We'll wait for you.
Look at Joe Rogan, talking to Sanjay Guten. Look up that one, and that was what 2 years ago.
Okay, but I'm asking you for the claim.
Sanjay Guten on Joe Rogan.
You're not understanding what I'm asking for, though. I'm asking you for the evidence that you should use it. There could be research on it, but I don't see approval at all from the CDC. So you can pause for a minute. I won't be able to hear you until you come back.
No,
I want you to find the title real quick.
I'm not going through all that right now to look it up. You
said it was easy.
All
easy to find, right?
All I know is my girlfriend and my daughter, everybody I know got vaccinated. My girlfriend got vaccinated, double vaccinated, triple vaccinated, got COVID twice. I live in the same house.
I've got triple vaccinated, never got COVID.
I did not get COVID at all. And I
didn't get COVID either. And I got vaccinated.
So it's a joke. Some people get sick, some people don't.
No, Steve, you want to know something funny? People who wear seatbelts still get hurt in accidents.
Of course.
Does that mean that seatbelts don't help you when you're in an accident?
No, but clearly
no. Wait. Why not? Why not? Because the statistics overall indicate that wearing seatbelts reduces the likelihood of something negative happening to you. The same thing with taking a vaccination, right? It's not going to get rid of all the negative impacts. It's going to reduce the likelihood of negative impacts. So you saying, oh, people still got COVID who are vaccinated is the same thing as saying people still got hurt who wore seatbelts.
It's just like when they said the masks work when they clearly didn't work. You wear one mask, and then they said you wear two masks, and they said you wear three masks, and then they said no, you don't wear masks.
Actually, Steve, that's wrong. That's wrong. So the surgical masks. Hold up. The surgical masks.
Did Dr. Fauci say at the beginning of the pandemic masks don't work? And then later on,
so I want you to tell you the evidence, and I want you to listen to it real quick, okay? So Dr. Fauci can claim whatever he wants. I don't know particularly what Dr. Fauci claimed or didn't, right? What is true about masks? Hold up. What is true about masks is that the surgical masks absolutely worked at the beginning of the pandemic when it relates to the alpha variant. The surgical masks have become less effective insofar as that they're not even really effective in terms of using them with different types of strains as they are significantly more transmissible. That's why still using N95 masks is what is promoted in terms of what you should do, and that's why doctors use them in the hospitals because they're effective at reducing the likelihood of contracting and transmitting COVID.
But the masks that most people were using were just pieces of cloth, or they were just,
Yeah, and actually those did actually reduce it, because then themselves, there was actually a psychological impact. Thank you for the love focus. I appreciate. Thank you so much. In terms of people wearing masks, we're actually more likely to social distance.
Yeah. Good. Keep them away.
That reduces the likelihood of transmission, even if the cloth wasn't as effective at reducing the amount of particulate that goes out, but it does reduce some of the particulate. Because not all of the you know that the little COVID things, they attach themselves to water droplets. Water droplets aren't as small as the COVID themselves. So there's a lot less that gets through when you have something that's blocking the water droplets from your mouth. Okay?
You say so.
No, that's literally that's true about masks. I can send you stuff from Stanford. I can send you stuff from many institutions around the world in which indicate that to be true.
Okay. Take your word for it.
You don't have to. Are you no pets?
It depends who's making it. It depends. When the doctors that are being funded by the government are telling you one thing, and then other doctors that are not funded by the government tell you something else, no, I don't believe evidence.
No, the overwhelming consensus says this. We're talking institutions around the entire world, not just ones that are funded by governments.
All right.
Right? These are international institutions, not just the government.
Colleges.
Well, yeah, there's colleges, yeah, around the world.
Who funds the CDC?
Who funds the CDC? The government.
Yeah, right.
Okay, what's the point?
The point is they tell them whatever they want them to hear. That's why.
No. They conduct studies, and they conduct things to provide evidence, experiments, things like that.
Sure. How many
That's
people
literally
died,
what they do.
How many people died of the flu during
and also, the
pandemic?
CDC doesn't advise the world; it advises the United States. Okay?
Right, but the world follows them too. But
not necessarily. No.
How many people died of the flu during the pandemic?
The Spanish flu?
No, the regular flu. During the pandemic, how many?
Oh, like what pandemic? The pandemic. There hasn't been a pandemic.
Yeah, 2020 between 2020 and 2022.
How many people died of the flu during the pandemic? Okay. Yeah. Well, not that many. The flu went down because people were social distancing and wearing masks. It didn't magically disappear. People still got the flu. Actually, I know people who got the flu. My sister got the flu, right? It was just less likely to occur because more people were social distancing, washing their hands. They were engaging in social distancing practices like wearing masks as well. And that significantly reduced the transmission of the flu, as COVID was significantly more transmissible. So obviously, if you were going out in public, you were more likely to get COVID than you were to get the flu, because COVID was significant. Because COVID was significantly more transmissible. The same reason as to why the common cold. The same reason as to why the common cold wasn't as prevalent during that time. Because again, social distancing practices significantly decreased the likelihood of those things happening.
If people social distance, washed their hands, and wore masks, why was the pandemic so strong?
Because COVID is so transmissible.
Even though they were
like the original strain,
socially distancing, they were shutting down. Nobody was near each other.
Yep. Even though, because people weren't always doing that,
hiding under their bed. Yeah.
So people weren't hiding under their bed. There were still people engaging in parties, hanging out with their friends, going out doing stuff all the time. That still existed, right? A lot of people didn't listen, but the point was like it's meant to reduce the likelihood of people getting like these types of things, right? That was the point. And I'm confused what you're trying to say though.
I'm just saying that all the stuff that they talked about did not work. The mask didn't work. Okay.
It's true though. It's not just the government. We're talking like the entire world, like this, the entirety of the scientific community internationally, right? Well, obviously not every single one, but we're talking like a consensus internationally.
Sure. So why was so many doctors and nurses quitting and getting fired because they didn't agree?
Well, because they probably thought that it was like bad, or thought that there wasn't enough evidence, right? But the overwhelming consensus thought that it was good. And this same thing happens with the flu vaccine with some individuals, right? They mandate you to take the flu vaccine, right? If you're a doctor.
All right.
So they're crying about the COVID vaccine, but they're taking the flu vaccine. Flu vaccines are less effective.
Well, it's also been around a lot longer too.
No, because each time we have to develop one for a new strain.
Right, and they guess on which strain.
Which is way less effective than what it was for COVID.
Which is that shows you why they shouldn't take the flu vaccine.
No,
Why am
I
I
mean
gonna
the
take
flu
a flu
vaccine
vaccine?
still
Why
kind
am I
of
gonna
works,
take a
but
flu
like I mean, yeah,
vaccine?
like you don't have to take the flu vaccine as much as you probably should take the COVID vaccine or other vaccines. But
Right.
yeah,
So
I don't. So like I don't think you have really good reason to believe that like the vaccines aren't effective. This is what you believe.
I
All the
believe
evidence is indicating that it's effective.
I don't agree. I don't agree 100%.
Give me any evidence.
I've just told you the evidence.
No,
I
you
just
didn't.
told you. I just told you. I follow real life. Like when I see people get sick, when I see people that I know got the vaccine and still got the flu, and then I see people that didn't get the vaccine and didn't get the
I already gave you an
didn't,
analogy for that,
didn't
Steve.
get, didn't
I
get
gave you an
COVID.
analogy for that. That's the same
Didn't
thing
get
as you
COVID.
saying that people who wear seatbelts still get hurt in accidents.
Right.
Yeah, but at a way lesser rate.
Okay.
What do you mean? Okay, that's factually correct, right?
If
You
you
can have
say
your
so.
feelings about the
If
matter, but
you say so.
the facts preside over your feelings.
It's not my feelings.
That
It's
literally is your feelings. This is what the facts say.
yeah.
Facts over feelings.
Sure.
Well, what happened to conservatives? I thought they were so much about facts. Now it seems like they're less likely to adopt the facts because the facts don't agree with them.
No, that's not true.
Well, then why aren't you accepting the facts here?
Because I see real life and what happens in real life, not what these people tell you, and not what these graphs show. When I see people that I know got vaccinated, everybody got sick. The people that didn't get vaccinated didn't get sick. And I know you're going to go back to the seatbelt analogy, but that's the facts.
Well, because you're only looking here.
Those
The
are
issue is
facts.
that you're looking at anecdotal evidence, and if you take
Those
any
are
statistics
real.
class, you would know that anecdotal evidence is riddled with different biases. That's why in the field of statistics, we have processes to isolate different variables to determine what actually is causing this, what is causing that, instead of just looking at the associations. As the associations, especially within your experience, not only do they have selection biases because you're only looking at the people around you, but it's also riddled with the idea that you can't isolate for say, oh, they did this or they did that, right? You're just looking at like common trends. And there are things called spurious correlations, things that are like almost essentially identical in terms of its association, but there's no causal element to it. I can go through an entire like site with you that goes over different spurious correlations, in which demonstrates the idea that correlation and association does not demonstrate causation.
Okay. Did anybody come up with the 13 stripes, by the way? I haven't seen it.
Yeah, but I mean, do you want to respond to anything I've just said there?
No.
Like, I feel like, wait, can you tell me what I said actually?
No, I cannot. I didn't go to college. I didn't take a statistics class. I can't repeat what you just said.
You don't need to take a statistics class to repeat what I just said.
It was Chinese to me. It was Chinese to me. So
yeah, so like it was not difficult what I just said. So there were biases that limit one's ability to have accurate information. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Thank you for the handout. I appreciate it. Can you just tell me what I just said?
No.
So you didn't listen.
No, I didn't listen.
That's exactly what I'm saying, Steve. You're not open to information. You're just going to hold your own beliefs without being open to any evidence, any other position, right? Because you live in a bubble. This is exactly what I mean by confirmation bias. This is exactly what I mean by people are not willing to change. People are not open-minded. And it's not left-wing people. It's people on the right wing too.
I suppose.
What do you mean, I suppose? Like, are you really just okay with believing things based upon feelings and not listening to their side, not even engaging with their points? Is that really what you want to do? Is that the society you want to live in where people do that?
No.
Okay, well then why do you do it yourself?
I don't.
You literally are right now. You're literally doing it right now. You're not engaging with anything I'm saying. You're not listening to what I'm saying. You're not trying to accurately respond to what I'm saying. You're simply just holding your own position because you feel like it's right.
Because
Isn't that sensitive?
No. No.
Isn't that men thinking with their emotion and not logic and not reason?
No, I'm not thinking with just emotion. I'm thinking about what I see in the real world. What I see personally on a day-to-day basis when I drive around and I go from business to business to business and I talk to people and I see who got sick and who died and who didn't die, and that's what I see.
Yeah, but again, that whole process is literally riddled with biases. You understand that, right? Like, let me give you an example. If I walk into a room in this room there are people of a bunch of different ages. If I just go to the left corner of the room and only ask people what their age is in that corner, would that give me an accurate representation of the average age of that room?
It depends how many people you're talking to.
150 people in the room, I ask 4 people in the corner.
Yeah. So if you only ask 4, probably not.
Exactly. So when you only have an experience with a few people related to the 350 million people, obviously that's going to be biased in terms of the information that you're getting. Because you're not the information that relies upon the other 300 million people is not accessible to you. And that's why we require overall aggregate data to make conclusions about the overall population rather than just inferring it, right, based upon our own anecdotal experience. Or personal experience. That's what anecdotal means.
Yeah.
Can you restate to me what I just said, Steve?
No.
That's exactly what I mean. No matter how many times I try to use a reason, or how many times I try to show you facts, right? You're not willing to accept it. You've checked out.
Yeah.
And that's what's wrong. That's literally what's wrong with this country, Steve. Like, I'm not joking. I actually think that this is what's wrong with the country. Is because if you're not willing to accept other beliefs, if you're not willing to even engage in argumentation, Colton, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. There is no progression to be had ever with that individual. Thank you for that mustache. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Like, if I were just to say, oh, I support Biden because I like Biden, and I'm not willing to change my mind, I don't listen to any of the reasons you provide, is that a good position to hold?
No, but when you have issues that you see something wrong with, and you see somebody else has the answers to those issues, then you can say, okay, this is why I support this person, whatever the issue is. You know, if some people, it's just one issue. Some people would only vote against Trump just because of the abortion issue. That's their one issue. You know, and you can't change it. You know, so that's just how it is. Some people, it might be a military situation. You know, it might be, they sent their son to war and he died and they'll never vote again. So it all depends on what their one issue is.
Yeah, you shouldn't vote on one issue only.
Right, of
it's
course.
a pretty big issue in terms of abortion, right? But that is not. You shouldn't vote just on one thing.
Well, I know, I understand that, but some people do. Some people never vote.
That's not a rational
Republican.
thought process.
No, but some people will never vote Republican because of the abortion issue, and I get that. That's their one issue. You can't get past it.
Yeah, and some people will never vote Democrat because they think they're socialists. You know what I mean? Like, people think things all the time, right? We're talking about what are rational thought processes to confirm or disconfirm claims, and when we use those rational thought processes, that leads us way more to be like social democrats, right, or progressives, rather than being conservative here in the United States. I think it's clearly speaking a better economic system.
It is.
Yeah, that's okay. So, they literally have, in terms of the universal healthcare system point, 45,000 to 68,000 people die every single year because of lack of access to healthcare in the United States. 45,000 people die every single year because their drugs are laced with fentanyl.
Yeah, well, that's a problem too.
Yeah, that's also a problem too. So both of those things, Trump's not going to do anything to fix that. Right? Trump is for keeping the drugs illegal, which actually promotes this to happen at a greater extent because people then go to the street vendors rather than going to regulated companies, American companies, right? Secondly, right, universal healthcare system. Trump is providing no basis for people to have access to healthcare. If anything, he's for, right, reducing access to things like Social Security, Medicare, other stuff like that, right? In which has been talked about by many other Republicans as well. So I don't think there is a basis to say that we should support this candidate when, clearly speaking, it's going to lead to a greater extent of deaths amongst the American people.
Well, I don't think any of the politicians are going to vote for anything to do with Social Security, because they know that the people that are on Social Security are some of the biggest voters. So they all talk.
And they should, though, because the way we fund our Social Security system right now is fucked. We have a terrible funding for our Social Security system, right? We actually need to have investment funds for people that are funded at their birth, right? Because if you gave someone $7,000 when they were born, right, by the time they are 65, they would have $1 million saved up for them.
Yeah,
okay? Just by putting in index funds, growing at 6 to 8% per year.
Yeah, if they don't touch it all those years.
Yeah, that's the whole point of exponential growth.
And then if everybody has $1 million, then $1 million isn't going to be worth a lot because everybody has $1 million. So You know what I'm saying? It's
No, it'll still be worth a lot because not everyone has that. Only people that have reached that particular age.
well, yeah. It's just like when they say they want to raise the minimum wage from $7 to $15, and they think $15 is enough, and then people start charging $5-6 for a cup of coffee because they have to pay their workers $15. They say, "Gee, $15 not enough."
No. They've wait in other countries around the world they have $15 minimum wage and they have cheap products like like McDonald's. I know is cheaper in Australia even though they have higher minimum wage.
But see here, what they do is the politicians think that the companies are going to take less profit, pay their employees more, which is not the case. They're just going to raise the cost of the goods to make up that extra payroll, and that's what they do. That's why you see Starbucks paying $18 an hour for employees, where Dunkin' Donuts pays $7, or $8. Or whatever it is, because they're not paying $5 for a cup of coffee at Dunkin' Donuts. They're paying $3.
Yeah, and that's exactly why you don't give money directly to the businesses by giving them tax cuts, right? Instead, you should give money to the people.
Right.
Wild.
I agree. They shouldn't.
But yeah, so instead of supporting Trump's tax policy that gave 83% of the tax cuts to the top 1%, right? Instead of that, we should be giving tax cuts to the middle class, to lower class individuals.
Any tax cuts.
Thank you, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
I'm always for giving the government less money, letting people and companies keep more of their own money. More money.
That's wild. That's a spending policy. Tax cuts are spending policies. The same way that you point at Democrats, oh, you guys just want to spend money. Tax cuts are literally spending policies.
Well, when you let companies keep more of the money they earn, okay, that's usually a good thing. They reinvest in the company. They hire more employees.
Yeah, when you give people access to healthcare and education, that's generally a good thing.
Well, the education, yeah, I agree.
So in the same way that you say that we should give people money in that way, we should also give people money to ensure that they have basic necessities, right? Like healthcare, education, right? Education, giving people access to that, is actually increasing long-run aggregate supply, which decreases the prices of goods in our society, plus make sure that people are specialized to a greater extent, which is especially going to be important as a lot of the jobs that are being automated today are not going to be specialized jobs, right? They're going to be jobs in which are the truck drivers, in which are the people who work at diners, the people who work at McDonald's, right? All of those jobs are literally going away. Like a lot of them.
Right. They're all being, right, because the payroll is so high.
No, because of automation.
Right, that too. Yeah, of course, because of payroll. If payroll was lower,
not just because of payroll, automation is happening regardless.
Yeah,
of payroll.
right. But automation is expensive. Initially, it's very expensive. Those robots, I deliver to a lot of companies that make these robots, and I see these a little robot that goes up and down the aisle picking at Walmart. They're $40,000-$50,000 each, and some of these companies have dozens and dozens of them. So initially, they spend a lot of money on these robots, but in the long run, they pay off because they don't call in sick. They work 24 hours. They don't have to pay them.
That's what I'm saying. It's a long run thing.
I mean, look what happened at the terminal in Long Beach, California, where the ship containers are. It's all automated. There's no more truck drivers in there. They got thousands and thousands of containers coming off ships, and it's all automated. Even the cranes are automated nowadays. They don't even have crane operators. It's all automated.
Well, not everywhere, but that is becoming more predominant for it to be automated. I agree. Right. The same thing happening with trucks and different types of gig drivers are getting automated as well. Right. Yeah, that's happening. So what we need to do is we need to make sure that people have access to higher education so that they can be specialized, right, to attain jobs of the future.
Well, the jobs of the future would be making the robots and fixing the robots, and not necessarily.
It's going to be specialized based jobs, right? So those would be specialized based jobs. There's going to be other types of specialized based jobs that are still going to exist, right?
Programming, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not going to just be programming and computer based stuff. There's going to be other stuff, but it's just a lot of the service jobs and stuff are going to be gone.
Right.
And the thing is, a lot of the retrainment programs that they have are very ineffective, like 0 to 15%. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to establish policy to train people prior to them getting in these types of career paths, rather than waiting until the career path falls and gets destroyed and then trying to retrain them.
Right. It's too late at that point.
Yeah, exactly.
Because, I mean, obviously some jobs you're always going to need. I mean, you're always going to need truck drivers because you can't get the goods to certain long haul truckers. They could automate it, but, you try driving a truck downtown Boston, automated, it's not going to happen, you're still going to need the truck drivers or some of these services. So they're not all going to go away, but a lot of them will.
Most of them. That's the point, right? So like, likely speaking, they can get rid of all of them, like in like the next 30, 40 years. Like, let's be totally honest here. Like, all of them are going to be gone, right? Where's the truck drivers? Unless there has to be some sort of regulation to like entail that, like there has to be someone that is like sitting there or something, like we do with like many pilots.
If they had like more modern cities where they designed the city for the automation, then you could say, yeah, okay, because now you could. The truck would be able to get into these certain areas, but
the automated cars, they determine whether or not they can go in particular areas.
Yeah, well,
they already have stuff to do that.
I don't know. I tried
They're
driving
actually oftentimes
Boston,
safer than normal
downtown
drivers.
Boston during a snowstorm.
That's actually, there you go, Steve. That is the biggest issue right now. Is that they don't really have a good time driving in snow. So that's why they have adopted them in Las Vegas and in Arizona, because they don't have snow there, right? That's where they're most effective.
Right. But heat is not their friend either,
Well, to a particular extent.
The batteries overheat.
Well, I mean, of course, but I mean that you can.
Have you seen a battery fire? By the way, have you seen a battery fire that you cannot put out once they stop burning? I deliver to a company. This company is actually thriving. I forget the name of it now. I was there a couple of weeks ago. They actually make these safes where if a battery is on fire, you take these batteries and you put them inside these little safes. I mean, some of them are huge. You could put a car in them, and they seal it up, and it would stop the fire. And the company's actually doing really well right now. But that's the future too, because you can't put these things out once they stop burning.
I mean, you can put them out, but that's with any other car, right?
Yeah. No. Not with an electric car. You cannot put them out. You can drown it with water. It takes 10 times the amount of water to drown it out. You can't do it.
You don't just have to use just water. And yeah, you can. What the hell? What are you talking about?
I'm telling you, watch. You cannot put them out. I mean, I shouldn't say you can't put them out. They burn.
I was at some point you'd be able to put them out.
They burn with an intensity.
Like, it's harder. Sure.
It's 10 times harder.
Yeah, but it being harder doesn't mean you can't. That's the point I was making.
But it's 10 times harder.
Okay.
That's why this company's thriving. That makes these little safes.
They won't use water really. They would use like solvent, or they would use like fire extinguisher stuff. So
yeah, and that's a whole nother issue as far as batteries and where the batteries come from and the cobalt mines,
electrical extinguishers. That's what it is,
and all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
The strip mining, and the deep sea mining, and all that stuff. Just they want to save the planet, but meanwhile they're destroying.
Thank you. I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, JD. Well, I mean, yeah, if you want to do that, you got to use nuclear energy and stuff like that to transfer the same sort of way that we have like in France and whatnot.
I live in Seabrook, New Hampshire. We have a nuclear power plant half a mile from my house. It's shut down, So
thank you. I appreciate it. So like if Trump got convicted, would you still support him?
Yeah.
So regardless of whether he gets convicted or not, it doesn't matter. You're still going to support him.
Right, because we know what the charges are. They're like nonsense charges, right?
So when he got held liable for sexual abuse, that doesn't matter to you?
No, I can give you an example of that too. Do you realize that lady sued 25 people, 25 billionaires or multimillionaires, and didn't go anywhere? If you
then why did go somewhere with Trump?
Because everybody's after Trump.
Because there's evidence. Thank you for the hand. I appreciate it.
There's so many Trump haters out there. They don't care about the evidence. They'll just because they want to convict.
That's literally not true. That's him gaslighting and manipulating you.
No, it's not. It's 100%.
It really is.
If you were raped in a particular store,
you have to say R word or essay. It's TikTok TOS.
Oh, okay. If you were that in a particular store, right? Would you ever go back to that store? That woman went back to that store 26 times. In shock.
You could still go to that store even after
you would think that you would be traumatized.
Yeah. Through trauma, people can do stuff like that. You understand that, right?
No.
What are you talking about?
No, a woman is not going to go back to that same store where that incident happened and shop. It's not going to happen.
I don't think that's necessarily true.
Okay.
Again, I don't Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
that's
you can't say that. You can't say that.
I know. Sorry, sorry.
I really think that you can't go so far to say that. Plus, again, if he's held liable, right, that is indicating that there's a preponderance of the evidence, right? They're saying that it's more likely to be true than
Oh,
not.
wait. I saw somebody. I just saw it. Somebody posted the 13. Yeah, it took a while. Did you Google it or did you the 13 stripes? Message me. I'll send you a flag.
Okay. So like so again, I'm not seeing any good reason. You said that you support Trump based on policies. What policies do you think are good that Trump supported?
I told you, America First policies. When he tells companies to stay in the United States, he does
More
whatever.
jobs were outsourced under his administration than actually brought back.
But that doesn't mean that he wasn't trying to get them to stay here. That doesn't mean that doesn't put America first and want them to stay here. Remember, he went to Ford, into Harley Davidson, into the air conditioning company. I forget the name of the company now, and told all these companies, no, you need to stay in the United States. That's just one. I like the border. He wants to close the border. I like the fact that he wanted to, that he had.
The border isn't open. You know that, right?
I know it's not open, but
border.
it's open. They're allowing people to come in. Just ask any border agents.
Asylum seekers?
They're not asylum seekers when they're coming.
That's a legal process.
They're not asylum seekers when they're coming from 170 countries. Asylum seekers are supposed
that can be asylum, yeah.
Asylum is supposed to go to the nearest country. They're not supposed to go through one country to get to another country to get to the United States for asylum. That's not how it works. Why
can that not happen?
Because that's not the rule.
Thank you, Lazy Bones. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
There's
nothing that's saying there's nothing that's saying you can't do that.
What do you mean there's nothing that's saying? Of course, that's why a lot of them get denied when they do go to court.
It's the nearest stable country. You know that, right?
What's that?
Nearest stable country, right?
Yeah, and none of them are stable. I agree with that. There's no doubt.
Yeah, and that's actually an issue of the fact that the U.S. keeps drugs illegal.
Yeah, well, I agree. The drugs are bad. We definitely got to do something about the drug problem. But you cannot allow tens of thousands of people to come across. Look what happens when they bring. I'll give you another example. Okay, where did you say you live? California.
I grew up in Iowa, but now I live in Los Angeles.
Oh, you're in Los Angeles. Okay. Did you see what happened when Governor DeSantis sent 40 migrants to Martha's Vineyard? Did you see what happened?
Not really much.
40. They only sent 40 people. Okay. They put them on Martha's Vineyard. Martha's Vineyard is an island outside of Massachusetts. That's one of the richest real estates in the country. In the world, actually. Obama lives there. A ton of celebrities live there. In the wintertime, there's nobody there. They sent 40 migrants there. Guess what the people of Martha's Vineyard did? They called in the National Guard and got them taken out in one day. One day, they got them shipped off the island to a military base in Massachusetts. One day, because they didn't want them there. But
I don't know about the timeline on that, but they gave them things, they took care of them and then brought them to that area.
They didn't want them to stay there. They wanted them out of there as quickly as possible.
You understand that? You understand that there are a few things here, right? Having people within your particular residence is different than saying that people can be within the country.
Right. The amount of hotels that are available on Martha's Vineyard on the off season is the thousands and thousands of hotels. They could take thousands of these migrants, put them in these hotels all over the island.
That has to be okayed by the people that own the hotels.
Who knows where they went after that?
Oh, so you don't even know. You didn't even look into it.
My point is, they don't want them in Martha's Vineyard because that's where the rich people are. Why are they not taking them in Martha's Vineyard? They're telling Texas and Arizona and all these places to, there's no problem bringing all these people in. But the minute
those places were to support them, and too, I do agree that rich people are fucking hypocritical. I don't see how this
Right.
relates to anything here.
My point is, they don't want to take care of these people that they're asking to come in. Maura Healey, okay, in Massachusetts.
Who's asking for them to come in from that area, from Martha's Vineyard?
No, Governor DeSantis sent them to Martha's
Name
Vineyard.
the person in Martha's Vineyard that said that.
What?
Name the person in Martha's Vineyard that said that they want all of those people to come into the country and come to Martha's Vineyard.
It's a sanctuary city. It's a sanctuary state. Massachusetts is a sanctuary state. The whole state is a sanctuary state. So the government, Maura Healey, the governor, welcomes all these people in, and then they tell them,
did they stay in state?
Who knows where they end up? Nobody knows.
Okay, so if they stayed in state, that would make sense, right?
Nobody knows where they are. But
city is also different from the state.
They're putting them in all hotels all over the state. They just brought another 140, 150 families to Woburn, Massachusetts. You can Google that one.
Yeah, Steve, can you show me where it says that Martha's Vineyard is a sanctuary city?
The whole state is a sanctuary state.
But that's different from the city.
The whole state is a sanctuary state. So how is that different from the city?
Well, because again, the city can have different types of residents comparative to the state. You understand that like the laws for the counties in LA are different from like the state in many scenarios. And again, can you show me the state? The state ordinance thing you just said?
Maura Healey.
Like that it's a sanctuary state?
They all claim to be. Somerville is a sanctuary. The mayor of Somerville came out and said it. I can't give you the article. You know, not everything's on an article, but when they come on the news and they say we're a sanctuary city, Massachusetts, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Somerville, Massachusetts, Lowell, Massachusetts.
People claiming it doesn't make it true. Cambridge declared itself a sanctuary city.
So the mayors of the cities that say we're a sanctuary city, come on down. Then they're not.
I don't see that for what's it called? Massachusetts.
Cambridge and Somerville. Cambridge and Somerville.
There's questions about sanctuary state. Massachusetts doesn't have a sanctuary state law on the
Probably not,
that right now.
Probably not a law. It's probably not a law.
Okay, so they're not a sanctuary state. That was a fucking lie.
Okay, Jesus Christ, you're unbelievable. You're unbelievable.
What do you mean? You unironically just lied.
Did you listen? Did you see them say last week that they declared a state of emergency because they had so many illegals in Massachusetts?
I didn't. Undocumented
they want to
people.
give them driver's licenses. They're giving them $2,200 a month. They're giving them $2,200 a month.
I don't think that's true.
Security. They're giving them $2,200 a month in Social Security. Massachusetts.
Wait, for people that reach the age and work?
No. People that just came across the border that didn't pay a dime into Social Security can get $2,200.
Can you give me a source?
Oh my God.
No, like literally, come on. Like you've made multiple claims that were false.
Yeah, I'm not going to research every single thing I say. We'll be.
I'll let you. No, you don't have to do every single thing. But you just made a claim.
No,
you just made a claim that they're eligible for Social Security.
If you
get that, Steve, if you know how Social Security works, you have to literally pay into it to be able to get access to it.
In the real world, but not in illegal world. Not an illegal world.
That's not how it works.
They're getting
$2,200
$2,200 a month.
That's literally not how it works.
Okay, look it up. Let me look it up right now. I'll have to go on my iPad. Hold on. They talk about it all the time. They talk about it all the time.
Yeah, and if that's true, I'd be like, yeah, that's a bit ridiculous to to give people more money, who didn't. I mean, obviously, who didn't pay.
What do you think? What do you think about the mayor of New York freaking out that he's got too many people and he's trying to. Him and Maura Healey have both asked the residents of their cities and states to take people into their own house. Okay, some of the illegals, take them into your own house. Okay,
undocumented
they're not
people,
taking them into their own house. Maura Healey has a 3-bedroom house. She has her and her girlfriend and one.
Dude, taking people. You don't need to take people into your house, my guy. Like I don't know why that's even entailed.
That's what she
She's
went
not
on the news.
asking to.
She went on the news last week and she specifically asked, we need people to take these immigrants into their own private homes to help out because they have no more room.
Oh, if she's making a claim about that and not taking people into her own home, that would be
that would be
contradictory.
She just moved to Arlington, Massachusetts. She's got a 4-bedroom house.
People are saying that this is false, that they work for social services though. So like I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. All right, hold on. So
people are also saying that she said into her communities, not necessarily into their houses.
Well, into the communities. Where do you expect them to go? Into the communities.
Wait. In the communities is different from in the house.
Where do you expect them to go when they go into your community?
Yeah, you have a different separate apartment, or you have an apartment, or you have a house, shelters.
Right. My small town, Seabrook, New Hampshire. We have 6,000 people here. Okay, where are we going to put these people? Where are we going to? If we bring them,
there are many places. Wait, hold up, Steve. If you go to Middle America, there are many cities that are dying in Middle America that need people to go there. Let's send people there. Where my dad grew up, there aren't people there that can work. They need people there to work. They need people there to build up these communities that only have a few hundred people there. Why don't we send people to these different types of cities that need to be revitalized in Middle America?
Well, a lot of times they don't want to go to Middle America because there's nothing there. So they want to go to New York City.
Well, let's incentivize people to do that.
They want to do that. But if there's no jobs there, if there's no opportunities,
there are jobs and opportunities there. Absolutely.
No. Where? In Middle America?
Yeah. If you have more people going there, there will be jobs that are built up.
So what do you think about the mayor of New York asking the federal government that they need help? They can't take any more refugees.
Well, okay. I haven't heard about that, but then maybe they need to have systems that are able to deal with that. I don't know. You're asking to respond there.
There's too many people coming in.
No, we just don't have enough people to deal with the amount of people that are coming in. So we need better systems. I think it's fine to take 1.5 to 2% population growth every single year into our country. Like obviously 1.5 to 2% would be with immigration and with people like who are being born and stuff. But that would be beneficial for a country. That's generally what you see countries are doing well if they stay within that range of population growth.
Let me see.
Yeah, so like I don't see an issue with that. I don't think economists would be against that. I think economists are generally in support of things like immigration. It's pretty good to have a generally free sort of movement of labor, but we need to make sure that there are criminal background checks, and we need to make sure that there are vaccination checks. Other than that, let people into the country.
The problem is with that, it's impossible to background check these people coming in because a lot of them throw away their documents. You don't know who they are. There's no way to verify who they are. It's impossible. You can't do it. And another thing that they don't do is when they come across the border with a child, they don't test to see if that child is their, if their DNA matches. They don't test.
So, Steve, can you give me again, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence again because you keep making claims that relate to empirical claims, okay? Can you give me any evidence that indicates that most people who are coming into the country do not have any documents?
Show me the evidence. Hold on. Show me the evidence that they are testing.
That they're
Show me the evidence
people?
that they're testing people.
Yeah, I can send you stuff from immigration agencies that tell you.
I'll wait. I can.
Process for immigration.
So the argument of give me documentation, give me this article. No, that's not true. Look what's happening. They're not testing. And if they are testing, if somebody brings kids across the border.
Here, I have travelstate.gov, the immigrant visa process, and we have other types of immigration processes that I can show you if you'd like right now. From travelstate.gov.
There's a million websites that can give you pretty much anything you're looking for. Really.
There's green card processes and procedures with the USCIS.gov. I can send you stuff from the American Immigration Council of how the immigration system works. If you'd like any of these things, I can send them to you. I don't think you actually want them. I think you're virtue signaling, though.
I'm not virtue signaling. I'm just saying.
Would you give me a source where that indicates that people are coming into the country without documents? Most people who are coming into the country are coming out without documents.
Have you seen the border? Have you gone to the border?
Steve, I'm not. Can you just give me a source?
Give you what?
Give me a source.
CNN.
No, like actually give me a source with like a title and stuff.
I don't have a library in front of me of
you don't
research.
Have to. I'll give you time to look. I just need one. I just want one. You make all these claims, but you never have evidence to support them. So what we need to do is we need to actually realize that in order to make conclusions about things, Steve.
Why is Mallorca?
So in order to make conclusions about things, Steve, we need evidence to make those conclusions. If you do not have evidence for these conclusions, well, the conclusions are things that I'm not going to accept. Thank you for the shiny air balloon. I appreciate it, Nani. Thank you so much. Good to see you. I appreciate you being here. So like, I think that should be clear. Like, trust me, bro, is not a good enough source, my guy. I'm gonna need a little more than trust me, bro. But yeah, in the meantime, everyone, while he's unmuting himself, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, everyone. It should help send out to more people. Matt, I appreciate the travel with you, Matt. I always appreciate it. Thank you so much, man. W's for Matt in the comment section. Let's go. As well as Nani. Yo, thank you, JD. I appreciate the happy Friday. Thank you so much. Absolute W's, everyone. Absolute W's. We've been on about for 3 hours, everyone. So we're probably about halfway or so through the live. If you like this type of content, follow me if you haven't already. I go live literally every single day. He's right now and he's not unpausing. I unmuted him, so I don't know why he's there. He is.
I was looking at stuff on okay, New York Times, border at the breaking point. 76,000 undocumented cross in 1 month. 76,000. Can we
That's
sustain
not that many.
Can we sustain 76,000 in 1 month?
Yeah. What?
That's not that many.
Do 76,000 times by 12.
That's illegal. That's just in one area.
Yeah. Wait, what do you mean one area? You just said in general.
Let me see. Hold on. I just got to read this article. But we cannot sustain 76,000. I don't care what you say. You cannot.
We live in a country of 350 million?
Yeah. Well, so why do you think Massachusetts just declared a state of emergency? Why did New York just declare a state of emergency? If we can
because they want to make the process go faster. Yo, hold Steve, because they're trying to make the process go faster. That's why. To access funds to make it go faster.
Because they have no place to put them. They have no place to put them. They want to put them. They want to put tent cities.
Thank you for that mustache. I appreciate it.
They want to put tent cities in Central Park.
Can you give me any claim that says that?
Oh my God.
Name one person that claimed that.
Curtis Silverwa. Curtis Silver. You know who Curtis Silverwa? Silverwa is the Guardian Angel. He started the Guardian Angels. He's the head of the Guardian Angels in New York. He ran for mayor. He's been doing it 30 years. Guardian Angel. He's leading the fight to stop them from putting illegals in Central Park. You can Google
they're fighting it. No, you were making. I said who was making the claim to put these different types of cities in Central Park. I just want to ask one person.
I don't know who's bringing them. They're coming into New York. I don't know.
So
who's
you don't know
them.
any of the claims that you're making.
Maybe the governor.
Steve, this is a fucking issue. You are making conclusions about things in which you have no evidence to support.
Listen. I'm getting so fucking aggravated with you. All these people are coming into New York. The governor of New York, mayor of New York, is telling people we cannot take them anymore. So what don't you understand about that? You've never heard that?
That's now a separate claim. I actually haven't heard about that. Right? That's a separate claim than what you just said. You were saying before that we should put
bubble in California that you don't see what's happening in New York City.
Dude, just because I didn't see every single thing that happened in New York City doesn't mean that I live in a fucking bubble, dude.
You live
it just
in a
means
bubble.
that I don't see every single event that happens in the world around me.
You live in a bubble.
Dude, what do you fucking mean? You're the one that lives in a bubble. You're the one that you haven't provided a single source for any of the claims that you provided
Massachusetts
me.
Is
Steve, let me finish. You haven't provided a single source for any of the claims that you've shown me. And you're sitting here and you're saying that I'm somehow in the wrong for this? You're getting annoyed and you're getting mad and defensive because I'm questioning your position.
No, because you don't believe what's happening in the real world.
What do you mean I don't believe? Give me evidence and I'll believe it.
Google it right now. Mayor of New York.
Google it.
Google right now, Mayor of New York, migrants, and see what comes up.
Mayor of New York, migrants.
See what happens.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams announced today that the city provided shelter and care for more than 101,000 asylum seekers that have arrived in the 5 boroughs since April 2022. Yeah, that's asylum seekers. These are legal immigrants.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
These are literally legal immigrants, bro.
Right. And what about all the illegals that are there too?
Oh my God, bro. Oh my God. Oh my God. No.
Listen,
these are fucking legal immigrants. These are literally stop, Steve, for a second. These are literally legal immigrants. Okay? You're trying to make it seem like, oh my gosh, all these people are undocumented. Oh my God, they're all coming to the country. Right? These are literally legal immigrants. These are legal asylum seekers.
I know. Okay.
You know how many goalposts that have been moved this game? There's like 6 fucking soccer fields.
Oh my God. Legal.
Okay. So like
Okay,
again, right?
here's another one right here. I'm looking at it right now. CBS News. I'm just looking at the headlines. I didn't read the article yet. Migrant crisis in New York City worsens as asylum seekers are forced to sleep on the sidewalks.
Because there isn't place for them to. For how long? Wait for how long?
Mayor of New York warns.
Wait, Steve. For how long?
Which one? Okay, hold on.
How long? How long? Were they sleeping there, waiting in line for a few hours, or like what was it?
Let me see. Hold on. It's not going to say that they've been there 18 hours and 23 minutes sleeping on the sidewalk.
No, I just mean like, are they there for a few hours, or are they being forced to sleep there for a long time?
Since last spring, more than 95,000 migrants have arrived in New York City, according to the mayor's office.
Yo, Sassy, I appreciate the disco ball. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I don't see where it's forcing people to sleep on the street.
It's because they have no room, because everything's full. All the housing, all the temporary shelters, all the churches, everything's full. They don't have room for any more people.
So do you want to provide federal funds for infrastructure?
That's what well, there's no place to put them.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. There actually would be. Let's get rid of a lot of the single family housing in those areas, and then repurpose it in terms of apartment structures, so that they can actually house significantly more people.
You're gonna
take away the single. Yeah, no, because you take away the single family housing zoning restrictions. That doesn't mean that you just take away their houses and you repurpose them. What I'm saying is that you allow for the production of different types of buildings, not just particularly single family housing. That increases the supply of housing in cities. I mean, meantime, while Steve is looking, everyone, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, everyone. Thank you for all the flowers. I appreciate that so much, Trinity. Thank you. I appreciate the flower overflow. I appreciate it. W's for Trinity. Everyone, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. If you like this type of content, follow me if you're ready. I go live literally every single day, everyone. Literally every day. We're going to be on for another 3 hours, everyone. So the last hour of the live, we do turn on the sub-only chat. So if you want to have access to that, subscribe if you haven't already, everyone. Thank you for that mustache. I appreciate it, Nikki. Thank you.
Let me see this one.
Yo, Wolfie, thank you for the hand tower. I appreciate it. Yo, Sassy, I appreciate the mocha. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Everyone keep tapping that screen. What are you looking for right now, Steve?
Oh, I'm looking at this New York Times article that says New York City bans the term illegal aliens or illegals.
In what context?
It's talking about how they don't want you to use that. I think it's a long article.
Yeah, you should use undocumented immigrants. Yeah, that should be the term you use. Yeah, because people are using
illegal because they're not undocumented. They're illegal because they broke the law. That's what illegal means. You broke the law.
Sure, you can say it, but I think the better term to use is undocumented.
Yeah, it's a better term because it's nicer. It's kind of like untruths when it's really a lie. It's not. It's not
a lie. There's no lie there. They are undocumented. In the same way that you say that they are considered illegal, they're also considered undocumented. Yeah. Phantom, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
But you realize when you come into the country more than once, it becomes a felony. You become a felon, right?
You know what's also fucking illegal in the United States? Smoking weed. Thank you. I appreciate the Gus. Thank you so much. So?
Yeah.
Does that mean there's a bunch of illegal citizens in the United States?
You're not a felon.
Well, they are if they have a gun too. If you smoke weed and you got a gun, that's a felony, my guy.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous too, because if you drink alcohol,
thank God I live in New Hampshire with no gun laws, or very few gun laws.
There are gun. I was gonna say there are gun laws in New Hampshire.
Yeah, do you know that we don't require a license? You don't need a license.
Really dumb. That's really dumb.
No, it's not.
No, it really is.
No, you know what the crime rate is in New Hampshire? Next to nothing.
Yeah, because most of it's fucking rural. Yeah, you when you live in the middle of nowhere, of course.
Oh, we're not in the middle of nowhere. We're right next.
Wait. What's the biggest city in New Hampshire? I don't even think I know it.
It's probably Manchester or Nashua.
Who the fuck's heard of that? Let's be real.
Well, because you live in a bubble. Because that's what I'm saying. You live in a bubble.
Come on. I lived in Iowa.
Outside of California.
I wouldn't say that fucking Iowa City is going to be a huge city, bro.
Look at this one. How about Bloomberg? Bloomberg. New York City pays over $300 a night for hotel rooms for migrants. $300 a night. They're not the homeless. They're not giving homeless people rooms. They're giving the migrants rooms. $300 a night.
Yeah,
That's
you should be giving people who are
News.
houseless. You should be giving them access to houses, and same thing with people who are migrants, right? There should be a baseline level of standard of care for everyone in our society. Are you Christian, Steve?
I grew up Catholic, but I'm not practicing.
You're not practicing anymore.
Adams claims nearly half.
You don't believe in love thy neighbor?
I believe in love the neighbor. But we cannot save the world. That's the problem.
But you can save people in this country. So why don't we give access to healthcare? Well, we don't give access to houses. Why don't we give access to people who are migrants?
Because somebody's got to pay for that house, and you got to put that house somewhere.
Yeah, and we have the ability to do that.
You can't just give people stuff. People have to earn stuff.
Yeah, you literally can just give people stuff, right? We do that with roads. We do that with infrastructure. We do that with police. We do that with we do that with social safety nets. Essie, I appreciate the description. Thank you so much.
But you're not giving,
we do that throughout many places in society.
You're not giving it to people because people are working to pay for that stuff.
Yeah, but you're giving it to everyone when they didn't necessarily work for
nobody
that.
Works,
like okay, so listen, hold up. Steve, I want you to listen real quick. Right? I get most of my education paid for by the state of California. Thank you for the hearts, I appreciate it. 80% of my tuition is paid for by the state of California. I never worked for that. Not a fucking day in my life.
Right, but who pays? Yes,
my dad works, right? My family works, right? And we pay. Well, actually, I pay taxes now, but I was saying prior, I didn't work at all.
And how does the government get the money to pay that?
They tax people. They have funds.
They get it through taxes. They get it through taxes for people that work.
Yeah, I'm not saying we don't pay for it all. What I'm saying is it's free at the point of service.
If you don't work and you don't pay taxes, okay, you can't pay for those services. You can't pay for the roads. You can't pay for the bridges. You can't pay for the infrastructure, the police. You can't pay for that stuff if people don't work. So people have to work.
Sales taxes.
Have to pay.
Sales taxes.
It doesn't matter. It's still
it literally does.
You still have to work.
Again, I'm not saying they don't have to work. I'm not making a claim you don't have to work. Never made that claim once.
Okay, but you still have to work to pay taxes to pay for those things.
I agree.
Those things 100%. Are not free.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, let's see. Here's another one.
Thank you. I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. And you know how people always say, oh, once you start paying taxes, then your positions are going to change. I pay taxes right now. I literally pay right now. And my position hasn't changed.
What do you do for a living?
This.
This is what you do for a living?
Yeah, this is my job. I go to school too.
How much do you make doing this?
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Well, I mean, it depends on the month. It's not going to be the same every month. But
what's the average per year?
I've only been making money this past year and a half or so. So I don't have like an average per year.
All right. How much you make last month?
Like 10 grand.
And so you pay tax on that. Yeah. How much you pay in taxes?
I don't know because I do it like quarterly or stuff, and I have to set it up with the tax person.
Would you rather pay more taxes or less taxes?
More taxes. I'd rather pay taxes that go to people.
It depends.
It depends. Hold up. It depends. If we are getting stuff from the taxes, yeah, absolutely. If we are not getting stuff from the taxes, then no.
Would you pay? Are you paying the minimum taxes you have to pay?
Am I paying the minimum tax? What do you mean? Thank you for the cowboy hat. I appreciate it.
Are you volunteering to pay more in taxes?
No, I'm not volunteering to pay more in taxes.
Right. Are you looking? Do you take deductions?
Well, sure. I have some deductions, like for office space, other stuff like that.
Why? Why not just let the government keep that extra money to help pay for these extra services?
Yeah, because it doesn't help them pay extra services.
Of course it would.
What helps them pay extra services is by actually having the spending policies in the first place.
No, but it would give them extra money so they could have extra money to be able to afford, public education or health care or, house the homeless or do these social services if you pay more extra. So you should
no. You understand that, Steve. Again, me paying slightly more.
Yeah, because
Steve, I want you to listen. Okay, can I explain? Me paying slightly more in taxes is not going to change how much money that they spend on a policy standpoint. The policy standpoint is going to be the same regardless of how much I would spend. My particular taxes. Hold up. The particular money from my taxes are not funding every single thing within the system. Okay, I agree, but we need to have a overall system that is meant to pay for these things. It's not just an individual basis. My money would be better spent within those contexts, probably giving money to charity.
So how much do you give to charity?
I haven't set up charity and stuff like that. I haven't made enough money to be able I just started making money. I
made
haven't.
10 grand. You made 10 grand.
Yeah, I just started making money.
How much
I haven't even had the ability to like pay taxes on it yet.
That's 10 grand. You know how much I made last month? I made 5. I made 5.
Okay.
I made double what I made. Okay, so you could afford to give to charities. You could afford to randomly.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I am gonna give to charities. I just haven't set it up
Yeah,
yet.
sure.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Sure.
It's the hypocrisy.
How is it hypocrisy saying that I'm gonna fucking give money to charity?
You're going to. Yeah, I'm going.
Yeah.
I'm going to.
Yeah, I'm 21, right?
Yeah. So
I have college tuition. I have a family to like provide for in the future. I have to buy a house.
You still have 10 grand a month. That's a lot of money. 10 grand is a lot of money.
That's 1 month. That's 1 month. That's the most. That's the most I've made in a month by far.
Okay, if you do that every month, that's 120 grand a year. That's
yeah. I'm not making 100. I did not make 120 grand this year.
No, but
I did not make 10 grand every month.
But you live at home. You pay rent.
I currently live in an apartment and pay rent. Yeah, because I go to school.
Yeah. What's your rent in California?
I'm not gonna say my rent because people can try to find it.
You can give me a range. You can give a range. Is it more than $2 grand?
It's around that area, yeah.
For a 1-bedroom?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's insane.
Okay. Insane. Yeah, of course. What's your point?
That's part of the problem too. The housing is out of control.
I agree, right? You want to know how to reduce housing prices?
It's like that here.
You want to know how to reduce housing prices?
You build more housing.
Yeah, but how do you do that? Like by making sure that there are not as many zoning restrictions, right, in terms of single family housing and other stuff like that. So you can actually provide, right, broader apartments, right, broader condos, things like that cost significantly less money to maintain for more people.
But right now, the problem is the cost of materials, lumber, for example, is through the roof. So to build something now, double just a couple of years ago.
That's not true.
You want to bet?
Yeah, I do want to bet.
Okay, how much money? I'll give you an example. You see my wooden flag?
No. How much money? No, Steve. How much money do you want to put on? Put money right now.
Whatever you want. Whatever you want. See that wooden flag?
Steve, $100 right now. $100.
I have receipts to prove.
What was the particular name? Say the claim again. $100.
Okay. The cost of lumber has probably doubled or tripled in the last couple of years.
Oh, okay. So let's look up cost of lumber and what? Lumber and what?
Materials. Just any material.
With
you're talking copper, anything to build house with. I'll give you an example. See my wooden flag right there that I make? I started doing that in 2020.
I'm gonna get $100, right? Thank you for the superpower. I appreciate it. $100, right?
Sure.
Okay.
And I'm gonna dig out my receipts from my taxes when I did my flags, and I'll show you the cost difference between 2020 and what lumber is today. What are you going to show me another graph? I'm going to show you my Home Depot receipts. I don't care what you show me on a website. My Home Depot receipts. I'm going to show you. I can't read it. What's it say?
As of May 15, 2023, prices had plummeted to $344.
$344 for
making
what?
A 3-year low. Minus $100. Minus 100.
No, you're not. I'm going to show you my receipt. I'm going to show you my receipt. Okay.
Minus 100.
Listen, see the wooden flag right there? When I started making that wooden flag, one piece of wood, okay, 1 inch by 6 feet, cost me $1.98. Okay, $1.98 for one piece, 6 feet. You know what it is today, or what it was at the height? It's a little bit lower now, but you know what it was at the height? $7. $7 for one piece of wood.
So here's what it was. Okay, so it did increase in 2020, but it heavily dropped. So what it is right now is it was at 200, like in 2019, 200,000 or something like that. It's currently at, in February 2023, 250,000. So just barely at what it was prior.
Okay, so if you go to the lumber
store, you're fucking wrong, right?
I'm wrong.
So you're wrong. $100, $100 right now, buddy.
You clearly don't work for a living. You clearly do not.
I clearly do. You're literally at my job right now. Wait, Steve.
As far as buying materials.
Steve, you want to know how ironic that statement is? You're at my job right now.
No, well,
Thank you for the confetti. I appreciate it. You're right now, and you're in my office, Steve. You're currently in my office at my job right now.
What I meant by that is you don't build things. You don't.
Thank you,
build
Bridget Paper Crane. Thank you. Okay, sure, right, but
I want you. I don't even know how many.
But I study economics, right? So of course, I've looked at like the production of these particular things. I've looked at inflation rates.
Ask any plumber, electrician, carpenter that's on this website if prices are through the roof right now.
No, this is from the Fred. This is literally from the Fred.
I know, yeah. Okay.
From the St. Louis Fed. Okay, that's literally what the prices are.
Show you. Do you want me to show you one of my receipts? I'll go through my tax returns and I'll show you my receipts because I saved.
No, this is the pricing, dude. This is literally the pricing.
No.
This is from the Fed, bro.
I don't care what you're showing me. Go to Home Depot. Go to Home Depot and buy a 2x4.
This is literally from the Fed, bro. Look.
Oh my God. You're killing me. You are killing me.
You're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me, Smalls. It's right here, dude. It's right here.
Again, graphs on a fucking website is not going to... Go to Home Depot and buy something and tell me what it costs you. You buy one piece of wood, a 12-foot piece of wood, a 12-inch by 10 feet piece of wood is $50 right now at
so
Home Depot.
Steve, here, let me clarify. This might help you out. So it did go from a low in May 2020 up to a high, right, really quick in 2021, but it dropped.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, oh yeah, it's cheap.
So
now.
it's cheap. Yeah,
sure it is. Sure.
That is literally cheap. That's what it was. Near like what it was before.
Hold on.
It's at 257, and before, like its very lowest point was 213. In 2018, it was higher. It was at 240.
Okay. You're killing me.
Or just as high at 40. So like I'm literally correct. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate the little crown. Thank you so much, Emily.
Hold on.
But yeah, in the meantime, everyone, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. If you like this type of content, follow me if you haven't already. I go live literally every single day, so follow me if you do like the content. We're going to be on for another 2.5 hours or so. If you want to have access to the sub-only chat that's going to be on for the last hour of my live, make sure to subscribe to me if you haven't already. It helps me come on here every single day. It's one of the best ways to support me, y'all.
Do I get a commission for what I'm...
Do you get commission?
No, I said, do I get a commission for being on so long?
Well, I mean, you get people send you gifts.
I think I owe somebody a flag.
Yeah, you literally do owe someone a flag. So all those gifts you got are probably going to go to that. Thank you. I appreciate the hand art. Thank you.
You should email me.
Thank you, Emily. I appreciate the paper crane. Thank you very much. Well, you do owe me $100, Steve.
I do not owe you. So
you're actually negative 100.
Cost of material right here. Look at right here.
Bro, literally, you know that's a verbal. Steve, you know that's a verbal contract, right? You said a verbal contract in front of 3,000 people.
Do we have 3,000 people on here?
Yeah, okay. There's 3,400 right now.
Oh, and they're listening to me all this time. I'm on the Home Depot website right now. Okay, a 1x2 by 8 foot piece of wood is $5.98. In 2020, when I started doing it, $1.90.
Okay, so again, that's probably at that one place. If you look at the Fred, right, which is the Federal Reserve, right, for St. Louis, right, this is what the pricing is at. Okay, the pricing is pretty similar to what it was in 2019.
No, it's not. Well, it doesn't translate to the stores.
No, this does. This literally is.
And I actually
this is literally the price of lumber and wood. Okay.
I actually stopped buying lumber and wood from a lot of these stores, and I cut it myself now because the prices are just out of control.
So you probably haven't seen that the prices have dropped.
They have not.
Because originally speaking, in 2021 it was higher, but now again it's dropped.
I'm looking at it right now. It's $5.98 for one piece of wood. I need 13 of those.
Okay, so again, this is the prices. That must be the particular places you're at. This is the prices of lumber and wood.
It's Home Depot and Lowe's and.
So maybe go to a different place because that's not the they're fucking gouging you, my guy. If that's the case, because this is what the pricing is at. The pricing has gone back down and stabilized. That's what happens in a market economy is prices stabilize after a while because when there's a huge increase in price, that then gets people to produce it more, and when they produce it more, it brings the price back down as there's going to be more supply and with the same level of demand.
Oh God. Do you
That's
know?
like basic econ.
No. Do you know how much it costs? I also make cornhole boards, right? So when you make a cornhole board, you buy these little lag bolts for the legs. You know how much a 1 2 inch lag bolt cost? It used to be like 10 cents. Okay. You know how much it is now?
Thank you for the
$2.
gem gun. I appreciate it.
It's
Yeah,
$2.
and you know that shakes used to be 10 cents too.
It's two
Like
dollars. Just 2 years ago. It's $2 now
I don't
for
think it
one
jumped up that
lag
much.
bolt. Lag bolt. $2.
Lag bolt
It's called a lag bolt. Yeah.
pricing.
Let me see. A wing nut was $1.
Yeah, I don't know prices on that because I'd have to look at like the Fed and stuff. But the Fed has pricing mechanisms for wood and lumber and stuff. I literally looked it up and I see pricing at like 73 cents, dude.
No, you're not looking at the actual stores. Hold on.
1 through 49 is 91 cents. 50 through 499 is 73 cents. This is from Builder Stainless. These are hex lag bolts.
Hold on. When you go to the actual stores, it's not the price.
No, this is literally a store.
It's not a store in my area. Not a store in my area. No, that's not it. That's not the kind of lag bolt I'm looking at. Hold on.
No, that's literally what came up, so.
Yeah.
Home Depot says the average price for lag bolts ranges from 10 to 150. So that might be talking about something else.
Those are hold on.
I don't know. I looked it up and that's 47 cents. Yeah, maybe I don't know. There's a lag bolt for 1 to 4 cents.
I'm trying to find the ones I use. Those are screws.
No, these are stainless steel lag bolts.
I know. These have a nut on the end of them. Is one of my point. Hold on.
Yo, thank you for the call. I appreciate it, fan. I appreciate it. So this is pretty low.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about, bro. Like I only look it up for 1 fucking second. I find prices way lower than you, bro.
Because you're not looking at the same thing that I'm buying. I'm trying to find it. I'm trying to find it.
I mean, sure, you can always send it to me later. Like I can look through it. But like I don't know, dude. I think that sure, like the pricing of like the lumber and the wood went up, but it went back and stabilized to prices that were pretty similar to 2019. Yeah. So when you made the claim that it was like 2-3 times more,
well, I'm going to show you.
That was not true for now.
If I show you my receipts.
No, we were talking about pricing on the overall economy.
Well, I'm telling you the price in my pocketbook.
Well, lumber prices are literally where they were. I can literally show you from the Fred again. This is where lumber prices are currently. They're right down here. So that's definitely not 2 times from what it was down here. Or even 3 times or 4 times or whatever you said. So I think that's clearly not true. But even then, right, you understand that inflation, this is, again, not something specific to the United States right now. If anything, it's better in the United States than it is in other countries around the world.
Let's see.
In the meantime, while he's looking for that, everyone, keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, everyone. I appreciate it so much. If you disagree, if you support Trump, send a guest request. I will be able to get to you if you do disagree and send a request. We'll be getting to the next people here shortly, y'all. Yeah, Steve, is there anything specific you want to address? We can always look at some of the stuff, and then you can come back if you'd like.
No, I'm good.
All right, Steve, I appreciate you coming on, man.
The carriage bolt. There you go.
All right, Steve, I appreciate you coming on, man. If you want to come on a later time, definitely make sure to look through some sources to talk about that if you'd like.
Alrighty.
Appreciate it, Steve. Have a good day, man. Yo, Sammy, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much, Sammy. I appreciate it. I'll never get the $100, everyone. That's sad. L in the chat because I'm not getting the $100, y'all. Everyone tap that screen. Let's try to get to 100,000 or 1,000,000 likes, everyone. We'll try to get someone up here real quick. You're my first sub. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. W's. Let me go into the next person. I'm trying to get someone up here. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree. We're just looking for some debates, everyone. He spent too much money on the wood, probably. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm 33.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
No, but a lot of my family does. And I kind of wanted to use this opportunity to kind of mention some of the things, like the crazy things I've heard my family say over the years that
I normally would be okay with that. I do run a debate platform though, so I am just looking for people who do disagree, but I do appreciate you coming on though.
No worries. Thanks for letting me. I appreciate it.
Of course, appreciate it.
Love your videos. Bye.
Thank you. All right, let's go to the next person. Everyone, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1,000,000 likes, y'all. I'm trying to get to the next person who disagrees. Only send a guest request if you disagree. Again, we're just looking for some debates, y'all. Okay, for some reason it's not accepting people. Y'all give it a second, everyone. I'm trying to get people up here. Only send a guest request if you disagree. Again, we're just looking for some debates, y'all. Just looking for some debates. I'm personally experienced with it. I'm confused what you're trying to say. Parker's in his zone today. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. It's good to be talking about this again. It's around the political times. Good to be talking about politics. I'll probably be doing topics on other Republican candidates and primary stuff. If y'all would like. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, that sounds like they're driving. Elizabeth, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate it, Elizabeth. Thank you so much. Also, everyone, I want to see if I can contact presidential candidates to get them on for the live. What would y'all think about that? Where I do a live where like I do a Q&A with them, with people in the chat can ask questions. I'm going to ask questions to them, kind of interview style. And then I actually will invite people up to ask questions with them. I think that would be a great idea. And I think that we might be able to get people to come on. One thing I would ask of people is I'm going to make a video within the next few days about that particularly, right? If people would help me support me in terms of like boosting that video out to people, liking the video, interacting with the video, that would be a great thing to get people to come onto the platform, because this is actually something that has never happened that I've seen, at least. Getting people, that anyone who can just send a guest request and ask questions to presidential candidates would be an amazing platform to make sure that we have questions from the average person, right? That we wouldn't see with other types of stuff. And I think that would be a great place to do so. So that is something I really do want to do, everyone. So I will, in the next few days, post a video about that to try and get some people to come on. Hopefully we can. We do run the biggest platform here on TikTok for debates, but I don't know if they would want to come on. Hopefully we could. That would be really cool, honestly. Because I would low-key debate some. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
36.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
Hello? Yeah. I actually do, man. Well, for starters, and what was it, 2019? Lowest unemployment rate ever. As soon as Biden came in, got rid of the Keystone Pipeline, which cost tens of thousands of jobs.
Oh, two things. Okay, so one, unemployment was actually lower under Biden at 3.4%. Two,
that's not true. Actually, in 2023, right now it's at 4.1.
Yeah, so it was at 3.4. It was at 3.4.
Yeah, as soon as Biden came in, which was Trump's work, anyways.
So you could say it's Trump's work, but it was actually related to other. It was related to other economic trends. The same way that Trump reducing unemployment to that degree was not necessarily always predicated off Trump. It was based on other economic trends.
Yeah. The unemployment of 3.5 was in 2019 when Trump had already been president for 3 years. Credits due where it's at.
And Biden's shot up under his presidency due to COVID, and then it came back down, and then even reduced down to like 3.4% under Biden.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. It was coming down even during COVID. Even during COVID, the unemployment rate was still coming down. There was a lot of people laid off at that, and there was a lot of people that were not working, and Trump still tried to help out the American people. What has Biden actually done to help out the American people? And like I said, the Keystone Pipeline, just pretty much in the first month of presidency, Biden just got rid of a whole bunch of jobs, and that had nothing to do with COVID.
Actually, the pipelines that you're relating to, they were already being stopped and limited outside of the context of
no, they weren't, man.
Biden.
When
what Biden
Trump
did,
was still president,
hold up.
when Trump was still president, that pipeline was strong.
No, so it never got, no, the pipeline hadn't even started with particularly like development yet, right? Like further out, right? So they were actually limited due to the fact that it was going over indigenous lands, okay? And also for environmental concerns that actually preceded Biden.
Okay. You brought up environmental concerns. A lot of people say, oh, pipelines and the burning
It's
is
the
bad and
XL,
all
it's the
that.
XL that people are referencing, but that didn't even
Yeah,
start.
like a lot of people say that all that burning coal and all the fumes and all that is bad. All those solar panels are none of them are biodegradable. Do you know how bad that's going to hit when people are done using it? Like a solar panel's
Oh,
good for what, 20
you can
years?
repurpose them. Plus, also, like I'm a huge proponent of nuclear power to transition to different types of renewables. So not just the use of current solar power. Current solar power can be used in some
Yeah, but solar
circumstances, and we
power
can
is what's
recycle them,
going on.
right? But
Solar power is what's going on right now. Not only in wind powered windmills, which are supposedly better energy and the green energy and all that bull crap.
they kill
I live in
birds and stuff.
Texas. Back in February of what was it, 2021, 2022, we had a freeze over down here because a lot of those big fans couldn't power energy. People died in for a freeze over. That's never happened because of our oil burning fuel, because that's heat. There's no freeze over there. And yet all these big windmills, wind powered windmills that are better and are green energy, people are dying for it with a little freeze over. Now we have an alert this year.
That happened with the
another
rest of their
freeze over.
energy. That happened with like the rest of their entire grid was not working because they were not ready for that type of weather. Okay, so that's
Yeah,
a
because
grid
it
failure
changed.
in Texas based upon how they were building their types of like building their machinery and stuff, not necessarily solely built upon like the windmills, right? Windmills are actually important, right? But we don't have to only do windmills. We don't have to only do these things. There are many different factors that we can use. We can use tidal ones. There are actually ones that like are kind of like windmills that we put in the tide, and the tide is constant all the time, so it constantly produces a level of energy.
Yeah, I've seen what's called
Those
like
are
the
actually
water
used.
lily.
Those are used like in Denmark and like the Scandinavian areas, like on the coastal regions, which is actually pretty effective. And it doesn't actually really impact like the fish life there because they go just slow enough where like they aren't really negatively impacted. So like that's a better way. And then also nuclear power. Nuclear power is super important for transitioning to these types of renewable energies and
Like on
transitioning away.
nuclear power, I'm not even going to touch it just for the reason that I haven't really looked at nuclear power, so I don't know enough to actually debate that with you. You know what I mean? But like I said, to what I've seen so far, and the other man was talking about the lumber prices going up. Yes, they did go up, not that drastically, but they did go up. They did go up. Lumber before you get a lot more for $300, and you come for $600 now. You know what I mean? Lumber prices did go up, and I get that whole inflation thing, and I get the whole inflation.
So this is 2019 prices for lumber and wood. Thank you. I appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. Was that around 216? Now it's around like 250s. Thank you, Sarah. I appreciate all the hand hearts. Thank you so much. So it's not gone up that much. Thank you. I appreciate all the hand hearts.
The
Thank
matter
you so
is,
much.
it still went up. And I mean, perfect example of things going up, and like people are saying because of inflation, but honestly, man, there's a lot of money that's being badly spent under the Biden administration. One would be, let me bring this up because it's always a hot topic, but the war in Ukraine, that has nothing to do with us.
Oh, it does. Because like again, I think it has to do with us because Russia is invading many different countries in Europe, right, and taking over. So to stop Russian
Yeah,
aggression
but
in
Russia
Europe,
would have never
this is
tried to
important to do.
invade Ukraine if the national powers hadn't told or tried to make Ukraine and allied, because Ukraine was neutral. They were never allied with the United States. They were never allied under the Union Allied and all
You mean
that
the
power.
NATO? Thank you, I appreciate the call, and thank you. They weren't joining in NATO right now, and like again, this like that's actually just a claim by Russia. I think that's BS. Right? I don't think that the reason why they are trying to invade Ukraine right now is because of NATO aggression. Thank you for the hand. I appreciate it. I think that they're trying to recreate the Soviet Union, and we can see this actually through the taking of what's it called, of Georgia, right? And we also can see it with the taking of what's it called, Crimea, right? So those preceded this point. So all we're seeing right now is that Russia is invading countries in which were prior owned by the Soviet Union. For what reason would
Yeah,
that
but
be?
we're
Reestablishing their
wasting
power with that particular region. That's what
way too much money on a Ukraine war. What's going to happen when Russia gets here?
they're lend. So they're actually Russia's never going to get here. They don't have a military that can. We're just trying to stop them from like invading
Yeah,
other
no, they
places
don't
in
have a
Europe.
military. They can, but that doesn't mean
So
that
hold
they're
up, hold
not
up,
trying to buddy up with somebody.
hold up, hold up.
I
So
mean,
so we're actually
we,
giving them like loans. We're going to get that money back from Ukraine. We
I
repurposed
highly
military
doubt
funds
that.
to give them. No, that's exactly that's it's called lend lease. We did this during World War II.
Yeah, we did it during the World War II, but to allied countries. We never did it to a neutral country. When did we ever give out
We
money
signed an
to
agreement
Switzerland?
with Ukraine to protect them, even though they're not a part of NATO.
That's what I mean. Like they're not a part of NATO. They're not. They have nothing to do with the United States. And the fact is, matter of fact is, that war going on over there should really not have any of our funds from here or any of our volunteers or any of our military. I have buddies of mine that are former military that got emails asking if they wanted to go to the Ukraine wars. Now, some went, unfortunately. They're okay, but their conditions over there are horrible. So if they're going to ask for help from the American people, for people to actually go fight that war, like I don't understand why the conditions are better. One, and two, I don't understand why the government isn't making sure that the conditions over there are better. They are still Americans.
Yeah. So again, I don't see like a good reason here to like to not do what we're doing right now. Again, the lend lease was the best thing that we could have done. Otherwise, you're just giving that land to Russia, right? And then you're giving a precedent to both Russia and China that they can just invade countries around them. China with Taiwan, Russia with continuing other nations that were owned by the Soviet Union prior. So like again, I don't see why you wouldn't acknowledge these facts.
Well, I mean, the fact of the matter is, the way I see it is that Ukraine is another Vietnam. It's a war that we should not be involved in, and honestly, that I feel we're going to lose.
We're actually doing pretty decent in that area. And it's just lend lease. So, with Vietnam, we sent our own troops. Here, we're not doing that. We're not sending them into Ukraine. There might be training outside of Ukraine, right, in NATO countries and stuff like that, but that's about it.
Well, I mean, I have different source of information, so I'll beg to differ on that one.
Yeah, so we don't have boots on the ground in Ukraine.
Yeah, but
I think I appreciate the hand art. Thank you.
But like I said, at the end of the day, dude, I think I've supported Trump. In the beginning, I didn't support Trump. I thought he was a clown running for president. Once I started hearing his debates and once I actually voted for him and saw what he was trying to do, then that's when I became a supporter. Tell you the truth, I don't think Biden is trying to do anything better or has the interest of the American people at heart. That's my debate.
So what do you
majority
think,
of it.
Yeah. What do you think Trump does for the American people?
Well, like I said, he did open up jobs. He did bring unemployment lower.
So did Biden.
He also,
So did Biden.
Okay. He also, it was just the way I saw things and the way prices were going down and everything, it just felt better under Trump, to tell you the truth.
Thank you for the butterfly. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
And one of the biggest things right now are like gas prices. Like they're through the roof, man. They weren't like that in 2019 or 2020.
So correlation doesn't equal causation. Gas prices are mainly related to like Russia and the Ukraine war and stuff like that, like supply and demand.
Yeah, and nobody had the guts to even try to make any move. Why didn't anybody start a war during the Trump administration?
There actually were wars that started at that time. Also, Trump continued wars, increased the amount of drone strikes within the Middle East. He also, which is an act of war. Plus,
yeah, which is a good thing because he took out one of the biggest terrorists.
Plus, he also killed General Soleimani, right, which was a military general within Iran, right? So that's also provoking war, right? This idea that there was nothing that related to like invoking war is obviously wrong.
I mean, like I said, man, from what I see, from what I saw Trump did, he helped out more. There was things that were more affordable.
So again, association or correlation does not equal causation. Just because it's associated with the idea that the conditions were better in that time doesn't mean that was caused by Trump or caused by Biden. The idea here is that conditions like COVID, conditions like the Ukraine-Russia war have impacted global prices when it relates to things as gas.
Yeah, but when COVID
right?
kicked in, everybody blamed Trump. Nobody saw it like that.
No, I wouldn't blame Trump for COVID unless he had a particularly bad response, which he kind of did, right? So I'd blame Trump for the bad response, not for COVID.
Okay, and what was his bad response to it?
Yeah, so he took months after stopping people from coming just from Wuhan to stop other types of countries from coming here, which allowed lots of people to get into the country who actually were in contact with people who were infected. So that increased the likelihood of us having more people to get negatively impacted. Plus, he didn't really wear masks. He didn't engage using masks at all when it was proven to be effective at reducing.
Look, man, I used to work corrections, and the majority of the detainees there were immigrants because it was an immigration unit. And to tell you the truth, they came to this country already COVID infected. The majority of them. So from when Trump started trying to stop flights, I don't think that was a bad move.
No, Trump just only did it on one area. He didn't do it on all the other areas that would have been necessary. He took months.
Well, he tried to isolate the area from where it originated. It made sense. Because they didn't let him. It's
no, they literally would have. Yeah,
he can't push for it at all. And at a drop of a hat.
He didn't push for it at all, right? And he could have done that. Yeah,
like he couldn't do much because Congress was stopping him. Every time he said that he wanted to shut down an airport or stop flights, they called him a racist.
Yeah, the Congress that was also run by Republicans.
No, not at the time.
Yeah, what do you mean? It was either the Senate or the House that was run by Republicans at the time. I think it was the Senate.
The Senate.
Yeah. So they had the Senate, right? So I don't know what you're talking about.
No, hold on. Okay. Hello?
Yeah, what's up?
Hello?
Yeah, I'll give him a second, everyone. He's lagging. Tap that screen, y'all. Try to get to a million likes.
There was interference with Trump doing that because I remember it hitting every single news channel as soon as he made that decision. As soon as he said he wanted to stop flights coming from Wuhan, they started calling him a racist. He got blown up on Fox News.
They called him xenophobic.
Like, everybody remembers that.
Hold up, Eric. They called him xenophobic because it was just that particular area and it wasn't other areas around, right? So I think that he should have done many different areas around. I was not arguing against the initial one. I was saying that he failed after that to provide any type of stopping of people who had the virus coming into the country. That is absolutely a bad response to COVID. Also,
your argument there is that he didn't isolate those other areas around just that one.
Yeah,
place.
Just that one area, and it took him months to do the other areas. The second was that he literally was against the usage of masks.
The use of what?
The usage of masks.
To tell you the truth, I don't think the use of masks had anything to do with that, man. I didn't use a mask when I was working around those people.
So with the original strain, they were effective at reducing the spread, very effective. But if you also want to relate to the use of the N95 masks and KN95 masks, that's even way more effective, right? Especially with the newer strains, whereas the surgical masks aren't very great with the new strains. They're like very ineffective with the new strains. But with the original strain, they were effective.
I mean, so what? Now every time the new strains come out, they're gonna mandate another mask wear. They're going to stop isolation. They're going to stop movement like they did back in the day.
No, they'll likely do masks and stuff like that. We're not going to have like another pandemic like we did, right away.
Well, I mean, eventually it's going to happen though.
Yeah, and we'd have a response to that. And so we actually had a pandemic team that was set up by Obama, in which it had like things that were designated to do to like help with like this type of pandemic. But Trump got rid of that in 2017, right before the pandemic.
Well, like I said, to me, what I saw personally, I saw a lot of things that Trump had changed, but I guess we can agree to disagree.
You want to give me any policies that you think that were good?
Any of the what?
Any policies you think that were good for the people?
Policies, honestly, I have to look some up because I don't remember some out of the top of my head.
Yeah, so Eric, earlier you said that the reason why we supported him isn't because of his personality. We support him because of his policies, right? But now you don't even have a single policy that you can name.
I didn't say that. I said it because of what he did for the American people. I never even brought up policies.
Maybe that was a different guess. I'm pretty sure you did say that. I wrote it down. I literally have it written down.
No, I never said anything about his policies. I said about the Keystone Pipeline and about unemployment. Those were my two.
I must be thinking of a different guest. I apologize.
No, it's all good. But I got to get going, man. Nice talking to you. Thanks for the debate.
Appreciate you coming on. All right, everyone, we're going to go to the next person. If you disagree, send a guest request right now. Tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, everyone. If you do support Trump, make sure to send a guest request right now. If you want to have access to the sub-only chat that I will be put on for the last hour of my live here in about an hour or so, make sure to subscribe if you haven't already. It helps me come on here every single day. It's one of the best ways to support me. I appreciate everyone so much. But let me go on to the next person. Again, we got another hour and 8 minutes before we are going to move over to the sub-only chat, y'all. But let me go on to the next person, y'all. Only send a guest request if you do disagree. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Man, I'm 21, man. Oh,
For sure,
God, man.
Trump?
No, you said what?
Do you support Trump?
Shit. I support, bro. I ain't gonna cap, man. On God.
So why do you
Biden
support
really,
Trump?
Biden really the art, though, man. On God. And they really get switched the fuck up. No cap.
Yeah, so why do you support Trump?
Shit, bro. Cause the shit that he say. Nigga
What
ain't never told no lie. Bro,
By the way, you can't say the N word on live. It's TikTok TOS. But yeah. So like, what particular things?
Nigga switched up, man. I don't get no fuck.
Okay. Well, he's just doing it again. So I'm gonna go on to the next person. Everyone. Yo, David, I appreciate the rose bear. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. We'll try the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree. We're just looking for some debates, everyone. Give it a second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
I'm April 2002.
Wow, you have terrible math. That's literally, dude, that's literally my birth year. That's my birth year and birth month. I'm April 2002. I'm 21. Oh my gosh, bro. You can't use my birth year and birth month and get it wrong. Come on. Fucking brutal, dude. Yo, Tank, I appreciate the dancing cactus. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. That was fucking brutal. How old are you?
Me?
Yeah.
66.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
You were talking about opioids, fentanyl. Trump put millions of dollars in every state for research on how to solve problem and millions to help the addicts because they couldn't afford rehab centers because the average tenure of most of the addicts is over 11 rehabs. It's not working. We worked with the Republican Party. We have brought in a doctor who has been for the past 20 plus years. As he brought in first how to do withdrawal or under light anesthesia, particularly for patients that have heart incidents and other issues that could cause death to go through withdrawal. Because withdrawal is like a roller coaster. It has to come out of the fat, the bone, the hair, the skin, the organs, everywhere. He now can do procedures in a hospital, keep the patients in intensive care for 3 days to titrate the 4 drugs from the FDA, which we're doing in Florida. And we've had huge support from the Republicans to do this so we can build into a payer model. And I also want to talk about PPE. Trump put billions and billions of dollars out with the military.
Before we do that, can I address that first claim? The opioid crisis. So like the opioid crisis, so I would have to see the particular like money proposed because I have seen that he has added money to addiction treatment, but his health bill right after that then did cut access to it. So I mean, there could be some that was given, but there were also
the money went to universities with teaching hospitals through that allocation program. It was not cut. It's still ongoing. I'm on weekly calls with that. I also, with the PPE, I think it's dangerous.
Listen to me. The ACE cutting of the ACE cuts access to addiction treatment.
No. We're going to talk about that, but I want you to be very careful the way you talk about masks. I was brought in as a special.
We can talk about masks in a second, but you're deflecting away from the question I'm asking you. Ma'am, we can get to the masks in a second.
No. You said the mask.
You don't say no to me, ma'am. I will literally I will not engage. Okay. I will go to it. Ma'am, I'm giving you the space to do this. I want you to chill for a second. Okay. Hey.
Okay, then you're a coward, sir.
I'm not being a coward. I'm literally trying to establish a basis for the conversation so that we can be productive, ma'am. Hey, ma'am, can I establish a basis for the conversation?
Sir.
Pat, I can just mute you. I don't like muting people, but I can just do it.
Okay, why are you uncomfortable with me talking about the mask?
We can get. I told you. I'm telling you. We can get to them, ma'am.
You're saying that the mask.
Okay. I'm gonna mute you. Right? I don't like muting people, but you're being ridiculous right now. I'm just trying to be able to establish a basis for the conversation. We will move on to the masks. I have no issue talking about the masks, but what you're doing is you're deflecting away from the responses I'm giving you with the opioid thing and the repealing of the ACA, because this actually does reduce access to treatment for addiction. So if you're going to acknowledge the bettering for like a funding for addiction treatment, then you also have to acknowledge the taking away of addiction treatment. Okay. You can unmute yourself, by the way.
Oh, am I muted?
Yeah, you're unmuted now.
Why? How can I answer you?
I just told you.
The mask, okay. The only thing I want to say is be careful what you say about masks. The masks that are using in hospitals.
So ma'am, you didn't address a single thing I just said. What did I just say, ma'am?
Okay,
what did I just say? Yeah, we can move on to the next one.
Okay, Cleveland Clinic is doing a lot of work with Columbus, Ohio, with the University of Ohio. It goes into universities that are connected to teaching hospitals. I work with the programs to help commercialize and do clinical research along with education to support and build out. That's what our company does. I've been doing this for 43 years out of college. I bought the company 17 months after I graduated. I live in healthcare and I live in it globally. Trump shut down China because that's where we knew the COVID was coming from, the Wuhan lab. And here's something most people don't know. 1965 in the United States of America, COVID is a novel virus. It was engineered at UNC.
Ma'am, can we first start with what I just asked you? Like, you're again deflecting away from the topic that we were talking about. I will move to that. I have no issue with having that conversation, but it is absolutely disrespectful for you to completely disrespect the idea. I just brought that up multiple times. Okay, we can move to that. I'm giving you the space to talk about that, but please don't deflect away from the conversation I'm bringing to you.
Unbelievable.
How is that unbelievable? I'm giving you a space to talk.
Okay. As far as the opioid addiction, behavioral modification does not work. You have to match and blunt pain receptors. That's why an addict will tell you they never can do better than their first high because they build corresponding receptors. How do we know that? We have natural opioids. We have matching pain receptors.
No. Pat, what did I say? I gave you a response to these things, right? You said that Trump gave funding for people who are addicted to opioids.
Absolutely.
I think that's a good thing. But the thing is, he also repealed the ACA, which reduced access to addiction treatment as well.
Because those programs weren't working, so they moved and allocated toward other treatment to be preventive. Because the problem we have, unfortunately, with Obamacare, it came down to patient satisfaction. So when a patient goes into a doctor's office and has 1 to 10 on a pain level, and you say, oh, I'm a 9 or 10, they have to support you because they live by patient satisfaction with Obamacare. It gave the patient control somewhat, but what it did, it was lit a mat. And probably a lot of y'all probably been on Netflix, and I hope y'all have seen the movie Painkiller. Purdue Pharma was a very abusive pharmaceutical on the market. They niggled their way through with an FDA inspector who kept not approving them. It's basically heroin in a pill, and they knew that it was highly addictive. They were able to change the wording at the FDA that opened this up for extended ongoing opioid use. The problem in the beginning with opioids that were administered through a doctor, when you're on them, you can actually move into an addiction stage after dose 3. You start craving the drug, and because you want to get out of pain. And the problem is you're not allowing your body to work with pain. And that is a huge challenge. And we've worked very hard and spent a lot of time and money to get real resources to solve this problem. And now with fentanyl, everybody's been to a beach and they know what 2 grains of sand is like. It's very hard to separate down just to 2 strands. That's all it takes with fentanyl in a pill to kill. We have over 100,000 deaths, and it's coming through the southern border. But even more importantly, what's not being managed is there is 5 major cartels in Mexico. And I don't have access, I'm not on where my laptop is. There is a map of the United States of America. It will show the 5 cartels, and they do a color for each one, how they're moving up the country and taking over the country, taking over every neighborhood to drive drugs. It's very organized. They're getting through. I know a lot of the fentanyl is not physically coming through the border. A lot is, but most of the time they're mailing to an address. Somebody lives there but not home, and they wait till the package is dropped off and pick it up. It's that easy. And I work with border people. I work with the people that are trying to catch these people, and they're screaming into the wind because they're not getting the attention they need to solve. This is a huge problem. It is devastating. We are losing a generation. Like with the insurance companies, they do actuarial studies on lifespans. My generation, I'm at the tail end of the baby boomers. My children are millennials. They will live less than me on average across the country because of diabetes and opioids. This is a national pandemic that we're not paying attention to because we're too involved fighting each other between Dems and Republicans, but we all have children. And we fight every day to fix this. We are not perfect with the government, and Biden is totally ignoring fentanyl. He's totally ignoring everything with the border. I was invited on a Zoom call. It was all Black Americans, middle executives. One, I was in their office. They brought me on the call. Biden came on the call and said, "You are doomed, Black America, because by 2040, we're going to be brown, and then white, then minorities, Black Americans. This is our future, good or bad. That is our future." And with this inhumane management,
here I'm gonna stop you here because you're going on a really long tangent. I want to be able to respond to some of these points, right? Yeah, the demographics of the country are changing, right? There's no issue with demographics of the country changing at all, right? You made claims about the so like when we relate to the addiction treatment. So if you were to care about the addiction treatment, you can get rid of other things in the ACA without getting rid of the addiction treatment within the ACA, right? So that's the point I was getting, is that if you cared about addiction treatment, wouldn't we have kept both of them, right? It seems like. Also in relation to the
Affordable Care Act.
Yeah, so that part of the Affordable Care, you don't have to keep all of it. So,
yeah, what's
again,
unfortunate with Obamacare, the affordable. Sure.
Yeah, so with fentanyl.
By the way, yeah, just one point I want everybody to know too is Obamacare or Affordable Care Act is not HIPAA protected. HIPAA is a legal law. Patients have a right to confidentiality with their patient information because it affects how they get charged for insurance or denied for future new insurance because they qualify. And it's because they have information. And the most stunning part about Affordable Care Act, what is the most searched data on it? Births. And that's terrifying. And you can go on Obamacare and you will see that it's not HIPAA protected. And that is illegal. And we're fighting with that right now. That is wrong. And
yeah,
that
so
affects.
I don't see. Can you give me evidence of that?
You can actually go on and read the Obamacare Act, what it is, and you're going to see in there, it's not, it even says it's not HIPAA protected.
Where does it say that in the Affordable Care Act?
Go in, just Google Affordable Care Act, go in and read it, and you will see it in bold. It is not HIPAA protected. It's a document, it's easy to find, and it's terrifying. And the most searched data on there.
Where in the Affordable Care Act is that? Because I'm on it right now.
I can't remember exactly where. It's been years since I looked at it. This has been common knowledge since it came out. And
well, then why don't people in the comment section realize that?
I don't know, because most people don't read the minutia detail.
It's like it's common knowledge, though.
Yeah, but if it's, okay, this is silly. You're trying to create controversy. People don't read everything. I do. I live in the research development.
No, ma'am, you made a claim that it's common knowledge.
Oh, I love it.
If it's common knowledge, people commonly would know it, right?
Okay, maybe common knowledge is the right word, and you're playing word games here.
No, that's just what you said. I'm literally just saying that's what you said.
but I know why you're saying it the way you're doing it, because you did it to Steve, and Steve is a humble, wonderful man who tried to spend time with you to get you to understand what you see just from the construction. That's sell. You don't know what retail is, and we just have a huge problem right now, and we have to focus on how can we get results. I can't go change the Affordable Care Act, but I do educate people. You need to know it's not HIPAA protected, and who's on the Obamacare? It is underserved Americans, and it's great and it's a great act to help people who can't afford insurance. It's awesome, but they also need to recognize their patient data is not secure. And you can just Google it in.
I mean, I want to see that, right? If that is the case, that's obviously important to look at, right? But I have to have evidence of that. And the thing is, I don't see that within the Affordable Care Act. I'm literally looking at it right now.
Absolutely, I have it, but I'm not at home right now. It's on my laptop, and I'll be happy to send it to you. I have no issues doing that.
Patient protection for the Affordable Care Act, yeah.
Yeah, but it's not HIPAA protected.
Yeah, where does it say that? I literally.
As I said,
all is ACA HIPAA protected.
We're wasting time here. I said when I get home, I'll be happy to send it to you. But okay, so I've taken care of that. Now, as far as the mask, most of the masks that are still being used are still being used. COVID is a combination of influenza, SARS, and AIDS.
Okay, so
SARS and AIDS.
So here's this is what it says on the Affordable Care Act and HIPAA generally prohibit group health plans from charging similarly situated individuals different premiums or contributions, imposing different deductibles.
That's not true. I will send it to you in a heartbeat.
This is from the dd.gov. Okay. Employers are not covered entities under HIPAA if they maintain employee health records, because employee health records maintained by an employer are not used for HIPAA covered transactions.
Are not covered for HIPAA.
There are covered entities for health, yeah. Especially Medicare and Medicaid as well.
There's population there not covered. HIPAA protected. We know that. And I was actually there for that meeting. I was stunned. But here's the bottom line. As far as masks, moving forward, the masks that are in use, many of those have been in use for generations. We work with all the companies. We actually bring in a lot of the PPE for the hospitals, state employees, and hot zone areas. And we bring in like 15 different brands. When Trump was elected, he brought in 3M, the CEO, the 1860 mask. They sweat, they talk. When you talk, you spray. It's to protect the patient. We have 3-plies up to 3M 1860. It has a special sealant on it, so it makes it 96%. But viruses can get through any mask. They are somewhat, but the problem that we find with masks and the 6 foot of separation, the 6 foot has proven not, so you're not spreading because safe, and you're not a spreader. You are a spreader.
That's period. Not what was said. So he never said that you weren't a spreader. It was that you were less likely to spread, is less likely to transmit, less likely to get it yourself.
If you're vaxxed,
those were the claims. Okay.
He said if you're vaxxed.
Can I also relate to the masks? Right. Also the masks. Right. The mask. Yep. The COVID particles and whatnot. They attach themselves to droplets. Droplets are large enough to be blocked by the masks in a general sort of manner. Not only by surgical masks to a particular extent, especially with the previous strains like Alpha, right? Not very effective with the new strains like Omicron and Delta and other stuff like that. But when we relate to N95s and KN95s, those absolutely stop most of them, right? So it's going to heavily reduce the likelihood.
It's 90% safe in that respect. You can talk about water droplets, but let me tell you what happens with germs, bacteria. It hits the floor. of a hospital or a room you're in or surface. It lives on the surface. You can put your hand on it, put it to your face, your nose, rub your eyes, your mouth. You can get COVID. And COVID can live on a surface. Remember the cruise ships? They had to pull people off because everybody had COVID on the West Coast.
It's less likely to go through surfaces. But like, yeah, well, that's why you sanitize your hands. That's why you use gloves. That's why you do all these other things as well. But
we manage hospitals, casinos, hotels, etc. are now adapting to the hospital protocol for infection control. You have to wipe surfaces every hour. Why? Because COVID can live on the surface and people touch. Do you know that?
Not for long. It doesn't stay there for long.
No. We had a real surprise with the cruise ships coming out of Washington and around there. We had those big cruise ships that came in and everybody seemed to have COVID. They went and did a huge clean. They went back in and they found live COVID after 3 weeks. They were astonished. It can attach to boxes, everything, clothing. Matter of fact, in hospitals, the biggest problem is bedding. Because people come in and hug a patient, take their blood work, give them food, reposition them in the bed. It hangs on the covers, on the clothing. It gets washed in high extreme temperatures, bleach, everything. There's simple things that can kill it. But while that patient's in that bed, they're affected by it. This is why a lot of you increase your hospital-acquired infections. I've been in hospitals for 43 years.
So Pat, it's stable for up to 24 hours on cardboard and up to 2 to 3 days on plastic or stainless steel. Right.
On average, but we have seen extended COVID.
It can up to 9 days on metal, glass, or plastic.
Yeah, we actually had over 3 weeks on the cruise ship. That was stunning. But I don't
see the 3.
You can go back in the original cruise ship. It was stunning when they went back in because we got the infection control report. Because we work a lot with.
Yeah, I'd love to see the source on that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but what's stunning right now is the new variants are coming in. The problem with COVID on the protein spikes, the mutations are amazing. You can't even do the crunching of the numbers. Plus, it's picking up genetic material because it's looking to survive and thrive. We have the 2 variants.
Wait, what's picking up genetic material? What are you saying?
It picks up genetic material. How do you think a virus evolves and changes?
Oh, you're just saying like mutations, yeah.
It picks up from genetic material from us. And it continues to evolve either. Like SARS, when it came into our country, it devastated China. But when we got it, it burned out. But when Obama set up the task force, I actually was there when they were talking post-SARS. And Obama and his team were sitting there, and they basically said they didn't know what they were doing, and they made a mess of it, and they got lucky because SARS burned out in the U.S. It didn't continue to mutate. And then we have to why. We have to understand why. But with these COVID variants,
wasn't it? It was greater mortality rate, and it was less transmissible, right?
I'm sorry, what?
I'm pretty sure it was less transmissible, and there was a greater mortality rate.
SARS was more contagious, but didn't require a lot of bed stays. The problem right now is the only natural occurring viruses are influenza, like flus, colds, and gastroenteritis. The rest are engineered. And this is set up as bioweaponry because they're building the bioweapon and then they're building the vaccine.
Wait, so, SARS is not a bioweapon. SARS has happened if it impacted other than COVID is going to be SARS-CoV-2, so it's a different type of SARS. Okay, but the original SARS had a very, very high death rate. I'm not quite sure what the transmissal rate. I'm pretty sure from what I did see, the transmissal rate was lower with the original SARS comparative to SARS-CoV-2.
Well, we did not get the original SARS out of China because that thing mutated and changed, but we're also finding in genetics predisposition of different things. We're finding white Europeans.
Yeah, here it is right here. So like on this source right here, medical.net, newsmedical.net, that it is more transmissible for SARS-CoV-2 comparative to the original SARS that we would reference here.
But SARS as a novel virus, like any virus, engineered or natural, occurring, they're always mutating because that's how they survive. Because they're picking up genetic material, they're combining. But
taking vaccines makes that more likely to happen because people are more likely to get the virus and then transmit it.
Not necessarily, because the challenge we have right now, which has been very disappointing from the CDC, Dr. Fauci and Dr. Birx during Trump, Dr. Birx actually admitted that they lied to Trump about the rates of death incidents, hospital bed stay, but we also had a conflicting thing
Wait,
going on.
where did it say that they lied? I don't have any of that evidence at all. I've never seen that.
Yeah, Dr. Birx, I was stunned, admitted they were not giving the information to Trump.
Dr. Birx, so one doctor claimed it. Do you have like a site, like a study, or not like a study, like a do you have like a study that indicates this?
No. This was actual cases. CDC kept saying we need more money to build data. And I go, you have spreadsheets. You already collect data. This is not something new to do. And they got a lot of money, and we no longer have the CDC person because she came out twice.
Yeah, can you give me like the website? Because this is a pretty large claim. I'd love to see the website.
Absolutely. It's going to be on multiple websites, but you do any research into COVID and you look at data. We were looking at South Africa to get better data.
Hold on, no, before you do that, I want you to find the website. I'll give you time to go find it real quick, and then you can come back.
As I said, I'm not home in front of my computer, so I can't help you right now.
Do you have your phone?
I do, but I don't know how to do what you do.
You can scroll out, go to Safari, type it up,
No, I'll be happy.
and then you swipe back, and then you'll be able to tell us.
Okay. I've been having drop calls today, so I'm just going to stay where I'm at, and I'm happy to send you.
If it drops, I'll make sure to look for you. You can just send a guest request back.
But the bottom line is here. I live and work in COVID 24/7, and the problem, we have a combination because we call it gain of function. Dr. Fauci has been in the bureaucracy for a very long time. Go look and see when his salary got doubled and what happened. And gain of function was becoming a huge problem because they were combining influenza, which is highly contagious, SARS, more death rate than flu, but that's predisposed to older population, comorbidities like obesity, et cetera, diabetes, autoimmune disorders, patients on chemo, anything that disrupts the immune system. Or diabetes is a huge problem because of the vascular component, heart disease, just continues downward spiral for health management. And we're in big trouble right now. We live in a chronic care management system for older patients right now. We're not fixing anything, we're managing it because we couldn't diagnose. Now we can diagnose and the insurance payer market is broken. So we have to move in the front, but I digress. But the bottom line moving forward with this.
Can I address any of this?
Are specific for one reason. When you wear one, if you're coughing, sneezing, when you talk, you can't help, you spray. You spray when you talk. I've seen this in real time. It's hysterical, but it's crazy.
Can I address the gain of function, please?
Yes.
Man, when you make multiple claims, I have to be able to address some of the claims. When you go on and you shotgun all the claims, it's impossible for me to respond.
No, I'm doing bullet points to get to the point. So
no. You're making separate. You're not getting to a point. You did take a while to say that. Like
it's under infection control protocol.
So,
like in a hospital, have you ever seen people wearing the little blue?
Oh my gosh! Can I respond, please?
Oh no, you just want to jerk around and do it your way. So go ahead.
Yeah, no, I want to be able to respond. You just keep talking, right? I give you time to respond to what I'm saying. You didn't give me time to respond to you.
Oh, now I'm rude. Okay. Not my point.
Did I say you were rude?
Uh-huh.
When did I say that?
No, I'm reading some of the chat comments.
Okay. So gain of function research is just like a genetically altering like an organism in a way that might enhance like some biological function or something like that. Mike, I appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. It doesn't necessarily imply that it's bad, right? A lot of this is just used for research, right? Not to like create viruses to then bring it upon the population and whatnot, right? It's for understanding of these viruses, how they impact people, stuff like that, right? So there's use of gain of function in terms of understanding how different viruses work.
Okay, gain of function is engineering viruses as a bioweapon, unfortunately, because where does the funding come from? The military.
Wait, you claiming that there's a bioweapon, that's going to require evidence because gain of function does not entail bioweapon.
Gain of function, what's the point of it? Gain of function. Why did this COVID combination move to Wuhan? Why did the other biolabs go into Ukraine? Okay.
No, wait, so you're asking questions of why did they go to these particular things? Because these are virology labs meant to research these, okay? These are literally research labs. They aren't labs meant to develop different types of vaccine or different types of viruses to kill people. These are research facilities, virology facilities.
They combine viruses. So why would they spend all the money and time and engineer 3 different viruses together?
so that they can learn the effects of these different types of viruses, especially in terms of how they can
how
mutate, how they interact with the world around them. That's the important understanding of gain of function, right? It's literally become a buzzword, right? Because people don't understand the whole basis of why we use it in the first place for research and development.
That was the heart of it, and the infancy and the naivety that started. And unfortunately, it's moved into bioweaponry. This is language Biden uses. This is language a lot of people use in the government, unfortunately.
Well, how do you know it's bioweaponry?
First of all, COVID, AIDS, and SARS were engineered. They're not natural occurring viruses. Why would you do that?
Wait, so how did AIDS come about?
AIDS was actually engineered here in the United States of America.
That's not true at all, right? AIDS particularly comes from like literally monkeys, right? Like humans engaging with monkeys. That is completely false, right? What you are actually engaging in is conspiracy meddling, in which has absolutely no evidence to justify the claims. So you can feel like these things are true, right? But if you have fundamentally no evidence for these claims being true, there's no reason for someone to accept your belief at all.
COVID, 1965.
No, respond to what I just said, please.
AIDS, SARS, and COVID are engineered.
She just restates the same claim. How do you know that it's engineered, right? Like in terms of AIDS, because again, we have evidence to believe that it comes from monkeys and humans engaging with that, not from. Thank you for the Corgi, I appreciate it. Not from that.
You inject animals in labs. That's how they test it. It's called monkeys. And I'm going to drop. I can't believe how rude everyone is. And I cannot believe how rude anyone is. Wow.
Look it up. It came from a chimpanzee in Central Africa.
Right. And they're injected in labs. And I hate to say it.
How do you know it's from labs? Thank you for the little crown.
I'm not going to say why.
So you see, this is exactly what I fucking mean. All of the people who peddle these or meddle these, or all these people that peddle these conspiracies, they never have sources. They never have evidence. It's always just, I feel like this is the case, or I've heard this. And all it comes from are these BitChute claims. They come from conspiracy websites that are just trying to manipulate you. If they have no evidence of these positions, they are just manipulating you. They're just giving you things and you're hoping that you believe it based upon faith. This is not a good way or a rational way to decode what is correct or what is incorrect. This just leads you to the same type of sheep mentality as you think exists amongst people who just follow the mainstream narrative. You understand that, right?
Okay, COVID started in the United States in 1965. Period.
COVID-19?
COVID, the first COVID.
Like coronavirus. I don't know where the first coronavirus came from. I don't know if it was in the US.
It's actually
COVID is different from coronavirus.
COVID engineered 1965. There's research data out there. You can find it. And wow.
Are you going to engage with anything I've said so far?
No, because it's not a mutual benefit conversation, because they're telling me to leave and they're calling me a Karen. I own a medical company.
You can hold on the screen and click clear display.
Mm-hmm.
That gets rid of the comments.
Not interested.
Okay.
What you don't understand about COVID is naive, and your comment that masks don't work for these variants is dangerous. Masks. Why would surgeons use masks in procedures? Why do we have masks on floors in hospitals?
Wait, I argued that masks are effective.
No, you did
not. What are you talking about?
You said they're not as effective, and you said
I said surgical masks aren't as effective with the Omicron and the Delta variant as it's more transmissible. But masks like N95 masks and K95 masks are still extraordinarily effective.
No, you did not.
That's literally what I said.
And the problem is,
don't gaslight me. That's ridiculous. That's literally what I said.
No,
you unironically just did it because that's literally what I said. I promise you that's what I said.
No, I have a good short-term memory, and that's why
you don't have a good memory if that's what you think. I
Okay,
promise you, I literally did say that. That's exactly what I said, verbatim
done.
what I said.
I'm done. You're not listening. And
I am listening, ma'am. You literally haven't given me any evidence. You've given me no reason to believe what you're correct, right? And you're getting defensive when I'm being very nice to you. Okay, she just left. I didn't even kick her out. Wild, bro. If you want to see some debates, everyone tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. If you support Trump and disagree, send a guest request right now. I go live literally every single day. So if you like this type of content, again, follow me if you haven't already. We're going to be on for the next hour and 30 minutes. So if you want to have access to the sub-only chat that I'm going to be putting on here in about 30 minutes, subscribe to me if you haven't already. This is one of the best ways to support me. So if you want to have access to the sub-only chat and get access to the emotes, subscribe to me if you haven't already. But let me go on to the next person. Everyone, again, if you like the content, follow me as well, y'all. Yo, Tank, thank you so much for the wingman. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Do y'all like the mugshot? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
What's your birth year?
October 6, 2003.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Because he has a funny voice. He looks funny.
Okay, have a good day.
You too.
Let me go on to the next person. If you disagree, send a guest request right now, y'all. Again, y'all know except the first people who send requests, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 36.
For sure, do you support Trump?
I wouldn't say like I support him 100%. I just think he's the best option for what we have.
Why so?
Well, a couple different reasons. So, one, I would say economically things were much better under Trump, and it's just really sad to see the economic devastation happening, you know, with families not being able to afford food, with cost of living going up, et cetera, et cetera. I think Trump understands business more. I think his diplomacy is better. I think his attentiveness to our economic demands and our economic, comfortability right now is much better under Trump, under a Trump administration rather than Biden. I don't think Biden has the wherewithal or the intelligence to understand how to deal with a world economic system.
Yeah, so I don't think that Trump does either. I think that an economist would be significantly more likely to do that rather than either of those candidates. So, I mean, if we want to relate to someone that actually understands the economy, we wouldn't relate to a businessman. We'd relate to an economist. Seems really weird to appeal to businessmen when businessmen don't understand global and macroeconomic trends. But
Parker, sorry to interrupt, but I kind of disagree with you on that because I do know several business people who really understand geopolitical relations because it affects business, and they're really adept and have the acumen to understand economics on a level that most people don't because they're doing really big business at global levels. So that's probably my number one thing on why I would support a Trump administration.
But in terms of how it affects a business, not how it would affect a country. And fundamentally, they are different, right? So that's why like macroeconomists would be better at dealing with this rather than just relating to someone that, has some understanding of, because a market operating a particular way does not mean all markets operate that way. That would be a composition fallacy. Thank you for the butterfly. I appreciate it.
Well, and I do have to say that that would be wonderful in an ideal world, but that's just not the way the United States works. We have obviously a strong tie between corporations and government influence, and there's so much influence in that it's affecting politics that we really can't tease out the difference. And somebody
there's clear differences, right? Like in terms of how the economy works impacting a government versus how the economy works from the basis of a business. Fundamentally different.
Actually, I think it's both because, the government is one of the biggest businesses in the U.S.
The government isn't necessarily a business.
Well, it runs like a business.
What is a business?
Excuse me? Sorry.
What is a business?
A business is an entity designed to make profit. The U.S. also is designed to make profit.
The government's not designed for profit.
The government is designed to make profit.
False.
You might think that it's not, but it is. The government has to do investments. The government has to make money every year. The government has to have revenue, i.e. taxes.
Revenue is different from profit.
The government profits off of humans.
Revenue is different from profit. Do you agree?
In what way do you think?
What do you mean? Revenue, you have revenue and then you have your costs and then that's your profit. So of course revenue is different from profit as that's a part of the equation.
Sure. And the United States is always bringing in revenue and wants to have more and more revenue in the form of profit, right? Like,
thank you for the Draco. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciated the man, the king, the Kyle. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the Draco. I appreciate it. But you understand that it's not for profit. It's for revenue, right? So that they can fund the programs.
That would be amazing if that were the case, but just in practicality, that's not the case.
No, that is literally how the government functions. You're just not telling the truth right now. I'm serious, right? Like that is actually they're not for profit. They're not taking money out for profit. It is a non-profit organization that is meant to give money to people, regulate the economy, things like that.
Okay, but riddle me this then. Why does the government have a bigger and bigger budget every year and tries to drive revenue more and more and more every year if they weren't in it for profits?
Inflation and spending for people, right? So the money that pays the salaries of people is the same as a non-profit organization paying their employees as well.
Okay, but you understand that the US also doesn't just do things for the people.
Sure, right, but like that's the point of social programs in the spending.
Right, and that's just a small part of the budget.
No, it's not a small part of the budget. That's a massive part of the budget. What are you talking about? Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, are those not massive parts of the budget? Right, that's like overwhelming majority part of the budget, right?
Okay, but comparatively, it's peanuts compared to what they're paying the military-industrial complex. What they're
not
paying
true, right? We spend more money on Social Security and Medicaid and Medicare way more than we spend on military. And again, I think we spend too much money on military, but it's a lie to say that we spend more money on military.
That's actually factually incorrect because I've looked at the federal
No, you can look at it. I study this too, right? Trust me, we spend more money on Social Security and Medicare than we spend on the defense.
That's unfortunately incorrect because
it's not. Literally, I'll show you right now. Like I'll literally show you.
Okay.
Thank you for the coral. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Cut down. U.S. government spending pie chart. Here we are.
Yep.
Here we go. Right here. Social Security, health, and then there is defense.
Okay.
Well, they're both smaller.
I don't
16% for Homeland Security and Defense.
Yep.
25% for Social Security. 26% for health.
And I could probably pull up a similar chart that says differently.
Yeah, try. I can give you one from the Treasury right now. Go for it. Give me one.
Well, I got to close out of my TikTok to pull one up.
And then you can go back to it.
I absolutely know that our military spending is ginormous.
I agree it's ginormous, but it's not more than Social Security and health. We have more for income security.
Okay. Well, I know that it's higher. You can pull up those and I can pull up other charts. And
that's literally from the Treasury.
Okay.
This is the financial data from the Treasury.
So regardless, back to the point of everything, right, is that our economy is so much better under a Trump administration. And the policies around COVID are so much better under a Trump administration, especially for children. I don't think that we need to be, masking children. I don't think that we need to be, and I don't think you have children yet, but maybe when you have children, I don't know if you want to put a mask on a 2-year-old.
If it's going to reduce their likelihood of dying from COVID, yeah, absolutely.
It's not, though. There's
right, but right now, hold up, Infinite. Right now, I'm not saying right now we put on masks. Right now, we don't need to put on masks. If there is like a huge spread, yes, masks are effective. But that would be better policy under Biden, way better than Trump, because that leads to more people dying. Do you want more children to die?
Okay, so masks actually...
No, Infinite, do you want more children to die?
I don't want more children to die, and masks have been proven to not stop the spread of COVID.
Just give me evidence.
I actually can pull that up. I have
yeah, bring it. Yeah, because like it's absolutely slows the spread, prevents it. People
it actually
right, at a pretty decent rate if you relate to N95 masks and KN95. But they have extraordinarily high efficiency rates.
I agree with you on the N95. You can't put
surgical masks are not that effective when it relates to the newer strains, but they do still have a level of effectiveness.
You can't put children in an N95. That's already on the
You
box.
can't put children in a KN95? Why not?
Because it affects their respiratory system, just like the regular masks do.
Can you give me evidence that it negatively impacts their respiratory system?
I can send it to you in the messages, absolutely. I'd be happy to. And we have to. So that's another thing that I just don't think that the government needs to be telling people what to do with their bodies.
Are you against mandating seatbelts?
Am I against mandating seatbelts?
Yep.
I think that seatbelts, I mean, if it's proven to help you, sure. But we know that masks don't help people.
Wait, no, it's proven that masks do help people. What are you talking about?
I just told you I'm going to send you information that they don't.
You agree that N95, so like if N95s are proven to help.
You're talking about N95. I'm talking about masks.
If N95s are proven to help you, that it is a mask. If N95s are proven to help people, is it okay for mandating them? In the same way that we mandated seatbelts?
Absolutely not. No, because you're like stopping respirations on people.
This is not ridiculous. Stopping respiration.
It's preventing people from. Okay, so first of all,
preventing from what?
It's preventing people from breathing normally. They're awful. Why would you want to put a mask on people that don't want to wear masks? Why would you want to do that? Why would you want? It reduces
the people who die. Reduces the amount of people who die.
No,
it really does. It literally does. It's absolutely proven. You're just denying facts. Okay.
Okay, I'm not, because I will actually send you.
And I will look through it because I guarantee you, like with N95s and KN95s, they're absolutely effective. If you dispute they're effective, you're an irrational being. I'm gonna be totally honest with people in the chat. Okay.
Perfect.
This is right.
But I'm not disputing the N95s. I'm saying, like, the surgical masks, the cloth masks, they are ineffective. I have research on that. I can send to you. I don't think that you really need to fight me on that point. The point of the matter is that forcing people to wear a mask, which most people are not going to wear N95s, obviously that's not going to stop transmission.
If we mandate N95s, it would reduce transmission. Absolutely. Right, and I'm not saying mandate right now. I'm saying in the case in which there is lots of spread, mandating N95s would absolutely decrease the likelihood of transmission.
For what though? Why don't you wear a mask yourself if you're at risk, and then let everybody else who's not going to die from a disease that has a 0.01% chance of death?
It's not 0.01. That's ridiculous to assume.
No, it actually is.
No, it literally isn't.
It literally is factual.
Just give me a source.
Okay, I'm sending you a source. I will send you a source in messages, or you can look it up yourself. It absolutely is.
Can you give me can you give me a title?
I can't look it up right now. I'm on TikTok.
You can scroll off, go to your notes, or look it up, and then come back.
I don't have notes on this right now, but I can give you articles that state that if you want, and you can look it up too. You can look up death rates of COVID-19.
How long do you think it would take you to get it? I'll give you a few minutes, and then I'll invite you back up.
I can pull it up right now. Give me a minute.
Okay, for sure. In the meantime, everyone, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. If you like my content, follow me if you haven't already. I go live literally every single day, everyone. I appreciate everyone doing so. In the meantime, everyone, you can go check out the video I posted yesterday. I don't know if it's sending out even. But yeah, if you like my content, follow me if you have not already, everyone. I go live literally every day. Here in about, 20 minutes, we're going to be moving over to the sub-only chat. If you want to have access to the sub-only chat, subscribe to me if you haven't already, everyone. It's one of the best ways to support me, y'all. But yeah, give it a second for them to join in. If you have any questions, put them in the comment section right now. I'll respond in the meantime while she's finding the source for her claims and whatnot. So again, if you do like the content, everyone, follow me if you haven't already. Again, everyone, we're going to be doing this topic a lot more as politics is starting to become more prevalent and whatnot. So make sure to look out for this. Again, I go live literally every day, y'all. So there's definitely gonna be a lot more lives like this, everyone. Yo, Eddie, I appreciate the crown. Thank you so much, Eddie. I appreciate it. But again, yeah, follow me if you have not already, everyone. What's up, Marcella? I appreciate the Marcella. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. I appreciate the cap. Thank you so much, Mike. I guess in the meantime, while she's looking for that, I'm going to talk about the Republican primaries, everyone. There's been huge increases in the support for people like Vivek. Trump is still at a huge lead when it relates to. Oh, Andy, I appreciate the Ferris wheel. Thank you so much, Andy. I appreciate it. W's Andy in the comment section. W for Andy. I appreciate the hand mustache.
All right.
Are you back?
I'm back. Hi. So Wall Street Journal posted a fact that the COVID death rate is 0.01%. Right. So
yeah, what's the title? Thank you for that mustache. I appreciate Katie. But yeah, Vivek has increased heavily in the polls. He's like 7 to 12%. from like 0% a few months ago. Thank you for the superpower. I appreciate it. He's on trend probably to pass other types of candidates like DeSantis, Pence, other stuff like that. Nicole, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you all for all of the subscriptions, everyone. Are you there?
Yep, I'm here. Yep. So
what was the title? Thank you for the superpower. I appreciate it, David. Thank you so much. By the way, I won't be able to hear you unless you come back to the TikTok.
I'm just trying to remember the whole thing. I think it says current estimates of COVID-19 are likely lower or whatever than originally thought for death rate. So it's a Wall Street Journal article.
Lower than.
And again, I just pulled that up, so I haven't read.
Thank you for the hint arts. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Sarah. I appreciate it. And this is from the Wall Street Journal.
Sure.
Thank you for it as well. Thank you very much. Thank you all for the hand arts.
I have access to, other scientific data or whatever that I could eventually pull up. I can't do that now because I have to log into like the university library system. But anyway, regardless of the situation.
I looked it up. I don't see it. Thank you for the hat and mustache or the hand arts. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I looked it up. There's if we knew then what we could know about COVID, what would we have done? WSJ News exclusive. Thank you for superpower. Thank you for all the hand arts. I appreciate it. Lab leak, likely origin of COVID-19. Death rates are declining 6 months into pandemic. This is from 2020. Thank you for the hand art. I appreciate it. What I don't see that title.
I can copy and paste it in the comments if you like.
I won't be able to see it in the comment section.
Okay. So anyway, you can Google it.
I am Googling it right now and I don't find it.
Is the Wall Street Journal, is the coronavirus as deadly as they say? That's the title.
Oh wait, that's different. You said estimate.
No, you said what's the whole. You said what's the whole title. So I give you the first part and then the second part of the title. Yeah.
Well, the second part of the title is current estimates of COVID-19 are likely lower than thought.
I think that's it.
Yeah, I don't see that on here. I looked that up. I don't see any title that has that.
Okay, well, I can send it to you in the thing, but I see it on my phone here.
Thank you. I appreciate the coral. Thank you.
Which again confirms the 0.01% death rate. But regardless,
I literally don't see that.
That's okay. I can send it to you. Maybe you're not.
Well, I mean, we're on in front of 4,000 people right now, so this is a huge claim. They give the coral. I appreciate it. So, I mean, if you'd like to be able to show it right now, that'd be great.
How do you want me to show it to you? I don't know how to show it.
It should be coming up, right? Like, what did you search in? Because I literally looked up what you said and it's not coming up.
I searched in Google. It says Wall Street coronavirus as deadly as they.
Oh, is the coronavirus as deadly as they say? Here. Oh my gosh, I can't read the Wall Street Journal, of fucking course. Yo, Matt, are you in here right now? I'm pretty sure you have the Wall Street Journal, right? Is Matt in here? You have WSJ, right? Look up it's an opinion piece. Can you read it, Matt? Or because I can't go into it. David, thank you for the good evening. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Matt. I appreciate it. Matt. He sent me the archive. Give me a second, everyone. Matt, everyone. Matt in the comment section, y'all. Matt. Thank you for the hands. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Matt, bro. Yo, crazy. All right, here. Where does it say in this 0.01%?
It says in the piece. I only have like a minute.
So the northeastern Italian town of 3,300 people, 90 were positive, prevalence of 2.7%. Applying that prevalence to the whole province, population 955,000, which had 198 reported cases, suggests there were actually 26,000 infections at the time. That's 130-fold the number of reported cases. Since Italy's fatality rate of 8% is estimated using the confirmed cases, real fatality rate could be closer to 0.06%. But what does it mean by real fatality rate? And that's just within that particular area. So I'd have to see the ages of the people in that area.
We can definitely map it out to like worldwide or whatever. I'd need more time, obviously, to do that research. But from everything that I've done in the past to pull up those
look at the date
articles for you, I would.
This is March 2020, so this is before we had understanding of the virus.
And then we know that even now it's way less deadly than.
No, you have no. Give me a source now. This is an opinion piece.
I'm not going to do research right now.
No. You just made a claim. You just made a claim that the fatality rate is 0.01%.
It is.
You sent me an opinion piece from the Wall Street. Give me a coral. Thing. I appreciate the coral. You sent me an opinion piece from the Wall Street Journal from 2018. right?
Mhm.
This is from
Because you
early
told me go
2020.
Google something really quick, so I Googled something.
This is March 2020,
Right.
March
But you're
24,
not
2020.
giving
This
me
is like,
time.
this is the beginning of the
This is like a
lockdown.
ridiculous argument because you're not giving me.
This isn't a ridiculous lockdown.
It is actually.
I mean, argument.
It is a ridiculous.
No, it's really not.
It is ridiculous because I know that's what it is because I've done my research. I don't have articles stacked up here to show you.
I don't need an article. I need a study.
Yeah, and I can pull up a study for that. And they're
Then go for it. I'll give you time.
Okay, but I'm not going to spend my evening arguing with you. I will send it to you in the messages, and then
You don't have to send it to like the whole evening. You're in front of 4,000 people right now. You made a huge claim about how many people die from this virus.
What I have read.
Where did you read it?
Like
Tell
in
me.
all of the studies, it's a 0.1.
What study? Name the study.
Okay, you give me time. I'm going to pull up a study.
Yeah, I will.
right.
I'll give you time. All the time you need.
All right.
Everyone keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, everyone. Thank you for the hand tower. I appreciate it, Casey. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, this is an opinion piece from from early 2020. So, yeah, it's rough. But yeah, I'm giving you a source. I can't click on things in the comment section. Thank you, Nicole. I appreciate the hand heart. Thank you so much. Again, everyone, we got about 13 minutes before I'm going to sub only chat, y'all. Thank you for the hand heart. I appreciate it. I do that normally for the last hour of the live. I might keep it a little bit open because I know people would want it open while I'm debating people a bit. But I'll try to. I'm gonna get an hour, so don't worry. Are you gonna go second account later? Probably. I'm gonna try to. I might not be able to. Oh, she just left, everyone. She can send a guest request back. I will wait and I will accept her if she sends one back. We'll give it a few seconds. We'll give it let's give it a few minutes because she did just leave. So, but yeah, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, everyone. Again, if you disagree, send a guest request right now. If you like this type of content, again, follow me if you haven't already, everyone. I literally go live every single day. Follow me if you do like the content, y'all. But everyone, we'll give her like a few minutes. If she doesn't come back in a few minutes, I'll make sure to keep checking my guest box, but we will probably talk to them another time. But yeah, send a guest request if you do disagree, y'all. We're going to be on here for a little bit longer, y'all. But yeah, keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, y'all. If we hit 2 million likes, everyone, by the end of the live, I'm going to be giving away 5 free subs, y'all. 5 free subs at the end of the live if we hit 2 million likes, y'all. I appreciate everyone. We're going to give it a second, though. If you have any questions, put in the comment section right now. Trump, Carlson? Why do you want Carlson to run? That's kind of weird. But yeah. Yo, TS, thank you so much for the giant. Yo, TS, I appreciate it so much. Thank you. Jenny, I appreciate the hand art as well. Thank you very much. 5 free subs? No, 5 free subs for hitting 2 million likes, everyone. So if you do want access to a free sub, make sure to tap that screen, y'all. Mac Attack, thank you for the hand art. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Was their name Infinity or something like that? I don't see them in the guest box right now. I don't see them in the guest box, y'all. We're gonna give it 1 more minute, y'all. If they don't send a guest request in the next minute or so, Kayla, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much, Kayla. Welcome back for the second month. We will give it a second, everyone. We'll give it a minute. If they don't come back in a minute, we will go to the next person, everyone, and we'll make sure to look for them in the guest box. If they send a guest request, I will accept them up mid convo or something. Ross, thank you for the confetti. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. But yeah, okay. I don't see anyone right now. See them in the guest box. Thank you for that hand mustache. I appreciate it, Tuna. Thank you very much. I do not see them in the guest box, but give it a second, everyone. Only send a guest request if you disagree, if you support Trump, y'all. 1.1% mortality rate in the US. Yeah, that's probably what I would see it around to be. But yeah, okay. I don't see them in the guest box. We're going to go on to the next person. Again, if you support Trump, if you disagree, make sure to send a guest request right now. I'll make sure to keep checking for them in case they do send a guest request back, though. If you want a free sub, tap that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes. 2 million likes, we give away 5 free subs, y'all. Yo, Pats, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Rachel, I appreciate the hand heart. Thank you very much. I'm going to get on to the next person. Again, if you like this content, everyone, follow me if you haven't already. Bill's Mafia, I appreciate the corgi. Thank you very much. We're about to hit 1 mil, everyone. I appreciate all the likes. Appreciate all the likes, y'all. Keep tapping that screen. You can tap it more than once, everyone. You keep tapping it, you'll keep sending likes. I'm trying to get everyone. I appreciate all the gifts, everyone. Thank you for the crown. I appreciate it. Yo, thank you for the hand tar. I appreciate it, Claus. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's try the next one. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree. We're just looking for some debates, everyone. Okay, give it a second, everyone. I'm trying to get the next person. I apologize for the dead air, everyone. It takes a second to get people in here sometimes in the middle. Again, if you disagree, send a guest request right now. Only send a guest request if you support Trump, y'all. Only send a guest request if you support Trump. All right, it's not accepting this person. Emily, I appreciate the wingman. Thank you so much, Emily. I appreciate it. I'm trying to get people in here. Give it a second, y'all. Give it a second. I'm trying. Give it a minute. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
51.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I voted for him for the last 2 times.
Yeah, would you vote for him again?
Most likely if he's the ending candidate, the only one.
Yeah, so why so? Why do you support Trump?
Well, I voted for him because of what I wanted him to do in the governmental position, and what I think a lot of other people wanted him to do. I think that Trump was created by the leftist politics. That he was voted in because of the things that the leftist politics were doing. Kind of pretty much upset a lot of the Republicans, and so that's why we voted for him.
Yeah, so thank you for the hand. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Cash. What particular things for you?
A lot of the stuff that was going on, like not really locally, but like nationally with I can't remember if the BLM protests were going on before he became president. I know they were going on while he was a president, but I can't remember if they started before that. But the actual since the protests were so I want to say not like violent and everything, but the leftist people were always trying to say that they weren't, that they were peaceful protests.
Yeah, most of them were. Only I think it was like 94, 93%, something like that, were safe protests. So like there were only like 6% of them that were like violent. You know that's actually lower than what it was during the civil rights movement.
Yeah, I'm not too sure.
The civil rights movement, you're in support of protests that actually had greater likelihood of riot.
Yeah, I'll have to agree because I don't know one way or the other. I'm pretty sure that you're correct, but it was just like people like me. We were tired of, because I didn't just watch like Fox News by itself and just went with whatever they said. I actually kind of like to bounce between Fox News and MSNBC and CNN, so I can get both sides. And I was tired of all the reports that were coming across, with all the leftist politics and the ideology, and the news, like MSNBC and everything. Of course, I don't really like Fox, how they are like so divided, and they're like
what
so.
Particularly about the left wing people.
I don't know. I think it was just a lot of us, like just regular people. I'm just Joe Schmo from Texas. I don't have any power. I don't have any. I'm not in politics or anything like that. But a lot of people like me, that were just regular societal Republicans, were just getting tired of all of the, all the stuff like the political correctness, the things that the leftist people, the ideologies that they have, and they were just pushing and pushing and pushing so hard, and they pushed us so far that we got fed up with it, and so we wanted to vote somebody in that was just going to like just totally.
Wait, you're just saying they're pushing. I'm asking, what are they particularly doing that's pushing you with the political correctness or whatever you're saying?
They from what I could tell, I just got into the politics when Obama was running. So, and I did watch his presidency quite a bit, and it was just things like they didn't back law enforcement. Everybody was having a problem with, they wanted to defund law enforcement. But that was because a lot of the stuff that was going on in the news.
So the point was to defund and then to actually to fund other types of things that are meant to decrease crime. So it's reallocate police funds, not just defund. So that's why I kind of disagree with the way that it was represented by people who are saying defund the police. I mean, although I was saying it at the time as well, it doesn't tell us that we're reallocating the funds. So the chant should have been reallocate police funds, not defund the police.
Yeah, and I would have agreed with that too, but like I actually did hear that it didn't even stop at defund the police. There were like quite a few politicians from the left side that were saying that they wanted to totally abolish our law enforcement. They actually said that. And I was just like, that's ridiculous.
That's not common though. That's not common. And they're doing like a repurposing. They're going to essentially recreate all of the same processes in which the police fulfill, just like within another institution. I don't understand them at all. I don't know why they're trying to just change the name, right? It doesn't really make sense to do that. They're essentially just like reforming it as well.
Yeah. Yeah. And it was like, it was other stuff too, you know, a lot of the, people in Congress, like in the Senate and the House, the Democrats they always run on wanting to cut back on our military spending, which I don't agree with. I think we should bolster our military, which is what Trump was trying to do. I think he did.
Why? We spend as much on the military as the next 10 nations combined, most of them being our allies.
Well, that's correct, but I mean, like, you know, the people can't say that. Like when the Democrats have the power, they actually like diminish our military. They do it every time.
That's not a bad thing, right? Like, I mean, we don't need that much spending on our military. And actually, the Democrats don't. They actually increased military spending, so that's not true, really.
Yeah, well, they probably did, but I mean,
and also Biden increased police funding as well. Like.
Yeah, and like Biden probably did, you know, but you know, it's just a lot of the. I listened to a lot of the interviews and stuff they did with like with Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi and a lot of them, you know, and this is like stuff that they want to run on, and this is the stuff that they want to make policies on, and it's like a lot of stuff kind of rubs the Republican the wrong way. It's just ridiculous.
Well, a lot of it just comes from misunderstanding, right? So if Republicans actually tried to understand the arguments of the other people, I feel like they would agree with them, right? I don't think they're just Republicans would necessarily dispute, right, the reallocating of police funds or any of these things, right? I think that they just don't understand what they mean by defund the police. So really, it's kind of like a semantical difference. It's not really a policy difference there.
Yeah, it might be. You know, I would probably, you know, default that to you because you know, it might. It's very possible that it is. You know, I haven't really gotten really deep into the politics to really research everything, you know, appropriately, you know, to come up with, you know, actual facts and everything. But the stuff that I have looked into, it's just a lot of the times I try to tell people that, you know, like I would ask them, I was just like, do the Democrats or do the leftist people actually see, you know, the anger that the Republicans are going through because of them, you know, or are they going to deny that, you know, that's the case? Or
I don't think it's because of the left-wing people. I think it's because of how they're responding to what's being said, right? So like, I don't know, you could say the same thing on the other way, right? Like people are negatively responding to Trump and responding to conservatives, probably a lot more than conservatives would be negatively responding the other way around, right?
Yeah, and that was probably what the case was. Is the Republicans were pushed so far that that's why we wanted to have someone like Trump come into office, because you know he wasn't a politician. You know, he didn't come from a political background at all. You know, and we just got tired of all the, you know, and it was from both sides. Politicians are politicians, and like I was getting tired of that type of you know, person being in our government. You know, we want a change. We want somebody else that's going to go in there and do kind of like what Trump was running on, you know, is to get rid of these politicians that are in there that aren't doing anything. And if they're doing something, they're just doing something to, you know, get re-voted in and everything else. And The Republicans obviously see that in the Democrat side, and I'm pretty sure the Democrats see that in the Republican side. But Trump ran on not being like that. He ran on being a person that we thought he was going to go in and clean all that out. Obviously, I don't think he did a very good job. I wish he would have done a lot more than he did, but that's just the way things were going. That's where Trump was created. That's where he came from. It was basically Republicans' anger, and he personified that.
I don't necessarily disagree with that. Like, the reason why Trump got elected was because of responses to like the establishment characters, right? They're looking for someone that is quote unquote anti-establishment, that's against the common notions that the Republican Party establishment has been for. But that's not what Trump did when he was in office. Trump essentially did the exact same things as almost any other American president who's Republican. So I don't really see the distinctions there amongst him and almost any other Republican that would be so prevalent insofar as to say that, oh my gosh, we're like completely going anti-establishment now. We weren't really anti-establishment with Trump in office.
Yeah, and I think that's where he failed. I think a lot of us didn't approve with we really wish that he would have gotten in there and gone a lot farther than he did. But I don't know if that was because he was held back and he was stopped from doing that, or if he just kind of, obviously a lot of people say he lied about everything and he just lies. So if it was a lie to us, that he was going to do that, I don't know. I can't really distinguish that, but, we were thinking that that's what was going to happen. Is we wanted somebody to go in there and just kind of clean things up a little bit. We were tired
of do that. There were more people indicted in his administration than any other U.S. president in history.
Yeah, but I think a lot of people put a lot more emphasis on the word indictment than it needs to be. It's a political ideology, trigger word.
It's really not. Like they literally got indicted for these particular crimes that, again, if it were just they just throw around indictments, they would have done so with almost any other president throughout history. They don't throw around indictments. Okay.
Well, I don't know. I might probably misspoke on that. I'm just saying that that's all you hear, about from the Democrats and everything now is they're so proud that Trump was the only president that was indicted 4 times and everything else, and they got those indictments on them, and they're so proud of it, and it's just, it really to a lot of us, it's not a big deal, yeah, he was indicted, but yeah, why are you so proud of it? It didn't really prove anything, it didn't really go anywhere, so.
Well, actually, it is going places, right? Have you seen the recent Georgia indictments?
Yeah, those.
Thank you, Andar, I appreciate it. He literally said on call, get me the 11,000 votes. Thank you for the Handar.
Yeah, and they probably, I'm waiting to find out all the facts that are going to come out on all these indictments.
They actually released the indictment. I can send you that. It's it's extraordinarily long. So obviously, I don't think that you're going to read it the same way. Obviously, I'm not going to read the entire thing. Look at as. They do go over what's called RICO, which is essentially them trying to overturn the election through a large party. It's not just him as an individual, it's him being the leader of all these other people and pushing them to engage in this particular type of election fraud, right? In terms of defrauding the elections by looking for these particular votes, by trying to get Republican votes in there that weren't actually there, right? That's the idea. That's the idea. That's why they're bringing about these charges. That's what's called RICO. So that's actually the point that they're putting him on, that and racketeering, other stuff like that. That's this is the best case that they have against him right now. Not even the Mar-a-Lago things, the documents, not even the Stormy Daniels thing. This is the best case that they have against Trump right now.
Yeah, and from what I heard, that it is a very, very serious thing. They think that they're really going to try to make this stick with him. And so a lot of people are saying that he really does need to be worried right now because the RICO thing is actually very serious and can probably be very proven. But it hasn't yet. And so, I kind of have to wait. I'm a firm believer in innocent until proven guilty. But when it comes to a lot of people, they don't think that with Trump. You know, they think Trump is guilty before being proven guilty, you know, which is not really right. You shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah, sure, right, but like I think that there's pretty good reason to believe that he would be guilty, right? Given
Yeah,
what they've come out with, but
that's correct. You know, but it's just there's a lot of other things. You know, there are a lot of Republicans. I'm a firm believer that like I really wish that our southern border was more secure than what it is. And like a lot of people are like, well, that, you know, Biden's trying to do what he can do and everything else, but you know, you can't really, you know, persuade Republicans into thinking that the Democrats, you know, want the same thing when it comes to our southern border that the Republicans do. They just don't, or at least they're not like, you know, proving that they do.
Sarah, I appreciate the gifts. Same with you, wasn't me. I appreciate both the gifts. Thank you very much. So, like, yeah, sure. Like, you would say that people are kind of hypocritical, right? Yeah, like they don't hold like investigations to the same standards with other politicians. I think that's obviously true, right? But like, I would love to hold them to the exact same standards. I think that politicians constantly are not held to a standard. So like that would be great if they were to do that, especially for the insider trading that exists.
Yeah. I don't know. I know that we're like more divided now between the two parties than we probably ever were, but I don't know if has done irreparable damage or not, because
I don't think so. Like Civil War.
I'm a firm believer that we are on a tipping point to having another one.
We're not gonna have another Civil War. What do you think the likelihood of us having a Civil War is?
Well, just with the attitude and with the anger between both parties, I think it might actually be, you know, very probable.
Like more than 50%?
I mean, like, it's just my opinion, and I'm not like very, you know, political and everything, so I could be completely wrong, but in my opinion, I think it's more than 50%. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to be able to respond to this. I have to go pee real quick. Can I add up a friend to like talk to you for like literally like 2 minutes while I pee real quick?
Yeah. That's fine. That's cool.
Yo, Matt, do you want to join up for 2 minutes real quick, bro? I need to go pee real quick. I want to address that because I think that that's a claim I I need to address. Yeah, just give me 1 second, Matt. I need to go pee. I'll be right back, bro.
Okay, sounds good. Hey, John, how you doing?
Good. How you doing, Matt?
I'm good. We can talk about this for a second. So the Civil War thing, that's an interesting idea. I think have you heard of John, something called affective polarization? Have you heard of that?
Not really.
Okay. So it's just a fancy term for that partisans, people that are a part of a party, they are more likely to view the opposite party with negative emotions greater than they view their own party with good emotions. So meaning that you hate more than you love. Does that make sense? So a Democrat will hate a Republican much more than they love being a Democrat. So that we know has gone up exponentially, right? But I think the thing about the Civil War, though, is that what leads to civil wars are certain issues that cause a fracture in society where literally half of the country is on one side and half the country is on the other side. So like in the 1860s, that issue was slavery. That was such a moral crisis that it literally split us in half. I don't think that we have a moral issue that would split us in half, right? I mean, even if Trump got indicted or was found guilty, there's not enough Republicans who would support him, who would want to lead a civil war, right? You have the MAGA base. Oh, and this last thing I'll say, and then I'll drop down for Parker.
I appreciate it, Matt. Thank you, man.
Yeah, I'll finish you at one point, Parker, and then I'll drop down.
Okay.
Promise. Only about 30% of the Republican base is MAGA. The rest are not. So they actually did a poll where they asked Republicans, if Trump was found guilty, would you support him and vote for him? And half of Republicans said that they would not. So they would literally drop their support. So I think even Republicans are not as steadfast. I think it's all about hating the other side, not so much loving Donald Trump. So there is no issue that I think that would actually split us down the middle like we had in the 1860s. That's my only point. Thanks, Parker.
Appreciate it, bro. Thank you, man.
Bye, dude.
Yeah, I really had to go pee. It's been like 5 hours, so I was dying.
No, that was cool. I watch your lives often, and I have listened to Matt, talk quite often too. So that was actually kind of nice to talk to him too. So.
Yeah, I'm glad. I had no clue what you talked about because I was peeing, but I'm gonna assume that it was somewhat decent. So my point when it would relate to this is that I think clearly speaking, we're not in the same sort of events that would be with the 1860s. I don't think that there's gonna be some sort of violent sort of fight against each other. The media is really pushing that within particular respects. Obviously not mainstream across the board all the time, but there is a push for this idea that oh my gosh, there could possibly be civil war. That's for clicks and for money. Let's be totally honest here. I don't think people are willing to go up in arms to fight for either, Trump or Biden. I don't think they really like either Trump or Biden. I think it's, again, like what Matt said, it's kind of just hatred of the other side.
Yeah, and now that it was put that way, I don't think that there's enough percentage of people on either side that's angry enough to fulfill that level to where we will get to that point. But I do just kind of watch and talk to people just in the general public, with all of us talking and everything. And all I see is just anger. And I mean, a lot of the anger is from both sides, just both are at an extremely aggressive and angry point right now. And so that's why I was kind of just thinking that, that might push us to it, but I don't know.
Sure, I get what you're trying to say there, but I don't think that's likely at all. I don't think that we're getting very violent or aggressive insofar as that we'd fight other people like that. I think that there's going to be a political war, right? Through ideologies, but it's not going to be a violent physical war. We don't really see that to be likely.
Yeah, and I can see your point. Yeah. The actual civil war, with the violence and actual, a war, with weapons and stuff, that is probably not very close. But like you said, the political war, I'm surprised we haven't even gone into that yet. So.
Yeah. Well, John, is there anything else you want to address or talk about, man?
No, man. But thanks for having me up, and it was a good conversation. I liked it. So.
I appreciate it, John. Have a fantastic night, man.
All right, you too, man.
All right, everyone. Again, if you like the content, follow me if you've already. Tap that screen. Let's try to get to 2 million likes. If we get 2 million likes, everyone, we are going to be giving away 5 free subs. So if you want to have access to a free sub, make sure to do so if you haven't already. We got about 45 minutes left on the live, everyone. Let Robert up? Okay. 45 minutes left on the live, everyone.
Oh.
Hey, what's up, Robert?
Parker, how are you?
Doing good, bro. How about you?
I'm doing very well. You look very fresh today.
Appreciate it, bro. Appreciate it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sure you do. Anyway, let's talk business, okay? Business is afoot.
Business. Let's talk business.
Let's talk.
Appreciate it, Angela. Appreciate the description.
Let's talk about the beautiful man that your face is in front of. There you go. That is a handsome man. That is an American president. And this is disrespect, folks. This is disrespect at its finest. These are tradition. That head of hair. That is a beautiful head of hair. So Trumper. Parker.
What's up,
bro? Why to support Trump? Why to support Trump? A lot of reasons. Where do we begin? Let's begin on national security. He was a wonder. Facts are the facts. No wars. He started no wars. That is a historic effort by any president.
What is a war?
I will say Oh, Hunter, don't be nasty. Don't be nasty. A war. He didn't use continuations of, let's say, declarations of previous or declare new. Those are going to be our definitions of wars, to use previous
Declare
declarations and
war,
enhance.
right? Like,
Well,
so like,
because
what is war?
because the Middle East, like as an example, we're using a continued resolution that has yet to be rewritten, yet we use it for every new conflict. So I'd say a war is either a current or use of previous war powers.
Okay, so Trump increased drone strikes.
Well, here's the story, okay, and we have always used this, and don't distort the truth, because we've always used this term, the N-word, nuclear, and weapons of mass destruction. That's not what was used, and we're not talking. Trump is like a sniper. He very tactfully take out bad guys like Soleimani. Let's not forget how much everyone wanted Soleimani, and Trump got him, and all of the other things. But it took tact. You can't just be doing things like that.
JD, I appreciate the description.
So you concede on foreign policy, and I get that.
I didn't concede anything on foreign policy, right?
So
like that's absolutely, you said increasing the amount of war powers, or like changing like how much war power we're using. That clearly, speaking under that definition, Trump did that. So Trump did incite new war.
I would say it wasn't it's not an enhanced scope, because see, like a better use of those drones could be like on the border, let's say, but instead they're in the Middle East doing God knows what. And so I'm not sure that what I'm saying is that Trump will go down in history as the peace president. That's what they call him, actually. And frankly, his consideration for sainthood, I think, is actually right around the same premise. They say is a peaceful. You don't just go and shake hands with Kim Jong-un, where they don't speak English, and not make peace. The Abraham Accords. Anyone would have wanted those. We love our Jewish brothers and sisters, we do. And Trump got them. Trump got those. He got along with Putin. That's a great, getting along with Putin's a good thing, not a bad thing. Getting along with Xi, the chairman Xi, that's a good thing, not a bad thing. I can't really think of a single foreign policy woe. So I guess you're conceding on foreign policy. So let's go to
a conversation about it, or you just want to say it and then say I conceded?
No, go ahead. By all means, Parker.
Yeah. So
I love your thought.
Yeah. So I don't think that his particular affairs with other types of countries, internationally speaking, were really any distinct from what Biden's would be or what any other presidents would be. It's generally speaking going to be the same across the board. Other than we're speaking about, like, say, North Korea or something like that. That's really like the only distinction we see within that respect. Or we might refer to like our allies and how they look at us. I don't think that's a great point, but like if we are going to make a point about diplomacy, our allies don't look at us very good when we have Trump as president. Like, remember like that one event where it was like the prime minister from Canada, France, and also from the UK and stuff. They were laughing at Trump, and then Trump got angry and like ran away. Also, right, you're Catholic, right?
I'm a proud Catholic.
Trump isn't Catholic and Biden is, right?
Well, don't be that strikes right at the core. That strikes. But Trump is a man of God. That's what we say. Trump is a man of God. And sometimes they say he's closer to God than maybe me. I don't know. But what I do know is that the fact. So it's all fine and well to say what was the look, the image of, but the facts are that President Obama, this is now public log, called and reached out to Kim Jong-un 14 times, had no response. Trump was immediately able to reopen the talks with them, get talks back up and running. And a lot of it has to do with the whole madman theory, the whole madman idea that he generates around himself, and it's a power structure. It's to be unpredictable, and it has benefits. I don't know that it has a ton that outweigh the costs.
Before we go on the Catholic non-denominational thing, you're Catholic, so why wouldn't you support a Catholic over someone who's non-denominational, given that you think that they have like false religious doctrines?
Absolutely, and that's a great question. It's such a great question you asked. And the story is that as a Catholic, and as an American first, as America first, I put country before. Well, I put God before. Well, it's all intertwined, and it's all this beautiful thing. And what I say is that Jesus is king, and don't ask nasty. Those is such a nasty question, Parker. You're just a lightweight. Don't laugh.
Robert, actually, what's funny though is that you actually don't have you didn't expect this, did you? That is actually a really good question, because like really under your view, right? Religion before the rest of everything else. So it should be very clear that you support Biden over Trump just based upon that notion.
That's quite a question. It's quite a question, actually. It is quite a question, but And
I appreciate the subscription. Thank you very much. Yeah, why would you support someone with false religious doctrines? If you think they're irrational, right, why would they be okay in office?
Well, here's what I say, okay? Catholics, we get it right. And our brothers and sisters who have fallen a little bit on the Delulu train, as one might say, I'm not so sure that we disown them. We love them, and we say, you're American.
But you support the Catholics over them, right? Because they have false religious doctrines, and if they're Delulu, you can't trust them in office because they're Delulu. Thank you, Creative. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you, Jordan, as well. I appreciate it.
Here's truthfully, they are, you could say a little more Delulu, because the more new a sect, the newer any actual religion. You got Middle Eastern religions at the forefront of this. I'm not going to mention names. The more you usually it becomes more secular. So I would say like evangelicals, they have tendencies to be more literal, because as Catholics have gone on, any sect, I think even Judaism showcases that as well. They're a little too literal. It's a little much. You hear RC.
Well, he actually identifies as non-dominational.
Well, RC is I love him. He's a friend, he's a dear friend, but he's got it wrong, and he's gonna go to hell for that. But
wait, Robert, you're not supposed to condemn people, bro. Even under your view, dude.
No, I take it back. As a Christian, I'm flawed. Okay, I take it all back.
Yeah, you're good. Don't worry, bro. I'm sorry, but yeah. So Robert, this actually might be the defeater, dude. I think this is the defeater, because realistically speaking, you obviously in this scenario should be voting Biden then, right?
Well, here's the story. People think they look at me and they say, "Oh, you're just you're a freak, a Trump maniac." I say, who's my number two? You might be surprised. I actually like Hillary Rodham. You'd be surprised sometimes. Oh, Sleepy Joe, he's not my favorite. He's a little sleepy for my taste. But Hillary, and then they say, well, Robert, you only like Hillary because she's fascist, and she likes authoritarian. She has authoritarian tendencies.
Oh, Robert, your mic is cutting out a little bit. Oh, and by the way, chat, Robert's literally not a troll. I'm just letting y'all know. He's literally not a troll. I know he sounds like that, but he's actually not.
Yeah, and so Hillary, Hillary's my number two, and they say, well, Robert, the only reason you like Hillary is because she has authoritarian leans and she's a fascist at heart. And I say, well, you might be right, but I don't mind her, and I have to say it. Let me tell you this: I'd much rather Hillary with her red button negotiating with Putin than any of those jokesters on the stage, let's say 2 nights ago.
Sure. So you don't like a lot of them. Okay, that's chill. But my point though about if it's Trump versus Biden, right? I think it's very, very clear here that if you are Catholic, you ought to support Biden over Trump, as that emulates your religious values more than necessarily other things, right? So clearly it should be the case that you vote for Biden.
It's beautifully said, and so many people would say that is actually there's not really any way otherwise that you could say anything otherwise. But I would say this. Jesus is king. And Joseph R. Biden, he's too sleepy. He's too sleepy. And if he wasn't so sleepy, I don't even know, and this, you know what? I just thought of this. Oh, wow. This is why they pay me the big bucks. Okay. Joseph Biden is a sinner, and he supports, and frankly, he supports abortion. And because of these things, he's not actually, you say, oh, what a Catholic. I would support a real Catholic. That man is no Catholic. Wow. That was a good one. And now we move on because I just...
No. You could be pro-choice and be Catholic because the idea of pro-choice within this scenario... Oh, you're pro-choice?
Yeah.
Okay, Robert, dude. Yeah, you might want... Yeah, that actually is brutal, though, dude. Like, actually, I don't think you have a basis from your views in supporting Trump, actually.
No, I do. Absolutely. Foreign policy, economy. So here's the story. Let me tell you the story.
God, right?
A young gay Latino.
Wait, Robert, those things come after God, right?
Who?
Those things, like the economy, those other things, those things come after God, right?
Well, God is in all. Oh yeah. Well, and God is in everything. God is in the economy. Yeah. Well, God is.
Yeah. So you should support someone who's Catholic over someone like Trump because that's going to emulate God, what God wants more, right?
Well, the only person you could really say that with is the Pope because of papal infallibility, and you just say the consultation in which he seeks the guidance of God. But no one truly, I guess, is that close. And I say Joseph R. Biden is a far cry from heaven, almost in a hell state.
But he's closer than Trump. That's the point.
No, well, because see, here's the thing: everyone, you get on these apps. Everyone says Trump is a saint. The son of a carpenter, being dragged through the city square with a whore, and we're talking about.
Robert, you can't say that on the live, man. It's TOS. Yeah, another finance guy. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. You can't say that on the live, Robert. Can't say it on the live. TOS, bruv. You can come on another day. I just need to do that because it's TOS. Okay, it's not accepting them. Yeah, chat. I'm starting to do that now because I'm scared of TOS. Robert, you can come on another day. Again, I just have to do that because of TOS. Parker did that so quick. Yeah, I know. It's because I don't want to risk it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
What's your...
Girl, I gotta tell you. So, anyways, Trump is...
Fair enough. TikTok has been strict recently. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to stay safe. Maybe here in a few minutes I can add Robert up again. Do you think it would be fine if I did that, chat? I don't know. Because I can just I could add him up here in a few minutes. Do you think that would be fine, everyone? No, please don't. What the hell is TOS terms of service? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27.
Robert, it's terms of service, Robert. That's why.
Well, I will be short.
Yeah, do you support Trump?
I don't. I don't trust Democrats, but I will be short. I support Trump because he seems like the right person. I mean,
he seems like the right person. Well, how so?
I'm not alone now, so I can speak. But he's more like a dominant. He likes to dominate, and for me, I think there's a less chance that he will be bribed.
Okay. So you said that he likes to dominate. Well, then how come he lost the 2020 election?
Well, it's not up to him to decide.
Yeah, but he didn't dominate there.
No, I mean, he likes to be dominant.
So did he not like that?
I think so.
You think so? Okay, so sure. Are you trolling, by the way?
Mm,
Because like I mean, I don't know if Biden was more dominant, would you support Biden? Thank you. I appreciate the hand art.
but he doesn't seem like he can think. He seems like slow, and I don't know.
By dominant, do you mean better?
No, he just likes to be. Well, how can I put it? How do you mean better?
Like you'd prefer him to Biden?
Yes, because Biden. I mean, you've seen Biden. He can't make decisions.
Well, if he can't make decisions, then how do you beat Trump?
It's not up to him.
Well, didn't he have to campaign?
Yes, but Obama helped him with the campaign.
Not really.
No,
Not really. Not much.
so he did campaigns. Well, I haven't seen them.
No. Okay. Well, is there anything else you wanted to address?
Well, no, but I think Democrats are like paid actors, and Trump says the truth only.
How do you
Well,
know
not
Democrats
only,
are paid actors?
well, they seem like it.
You just feel like it?
I mean, yeah, like they say what people want to hear.
Thank you for the sunglasses. I appreciate it. I think that's any politician, but I don't think that they're actors. Right? They're not actors, but they're paid.
And Trump always said about fake news that's also, I think it's real.
Isn't there also fake news on the right wing?
What?
Isn't there also fake news on the right wing? Thank you for the little crown. I appreciate it, Rand.
I don't know. I think it's mostly left wing.
And how do you know that?
Well, I just know.
How about I just say I know that it's worse with Republicans? I just know.
I don't know.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate you
Alright.
coming on, Bane. It's great talking to you, man.
Okay, I'm not alone now. That's why I can speak. But okay.
Thank you. All right, this person's back. Let's see if we can Parker being paid by evil Democrats for real. Yeah, what's up? Did you find the source?
Hey. Yes, I did. Hold on just a second. Hold on, babe. Sorry, I had to deal with some kid stuff, but I did want to come back on to confirm the source because I said I was going to. So I went on the WHO website to look at the global death rate, right, or the global confirmed deaths of COVID, and then the global confirmed cases, which we know the case count is much higher. But let's say we take a conservative approach or whatever. So we'll just go with confirmed cases, and then we'll, divide the amount of deaths worldwide by confirmed cases. That stat there is 0.01%. I also do want to give you credit for challenging me because obviously this is per age. I mean, that's global for everyone. It's done by, age range, race, socioeconomic status, etc. So I just wanted
So
to
what was
point
the
that out.
global cases that you went off of? There's about 694 million cases. Thank you. I appreciate the heart subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. So I think it's about 1%. That's what it is.
So that is worldwide.
Yeah, if you go to it's about 1%. Not 0.01, it's 1%.
Confirmed cases.
Yeah. Here's what it is.
769. Okay, I'm seeing different stats on mine, but anyway,
This is worldmeters.info. This is a pretty good source, but
okay, I'm on World Health Organization, so it might be a little more updated.
well,
So
it's pretty similar, right? So there's about
about that.
6.9 million deaths. This says, and about 690 million cases, right? Which indicates to us that's about 1%.
Correct, but we also have
1% is different from 0.01%.
Correct, and this is what I'm saying to you. I also have to give you credit because I did not tease that out by age range. Obviously, children are less. Anybody who's under 30 is less. They're around that 0.01% or below. Now, that's just based off of confirmed cases. Now,
for children, it could be towards those. I don't know if it's 0.01%, but overall,
it is actually 1%. It's actually for children 0.004% on the last stat that I looked up. But
yeah, I'd have to see that. But like, it is 1% for the death rate.
I think it's absolutely terrible. So people are saying, deaths and everything. Obviously, I feel for people. I don't want anybody to die of it. I'm not like a horrible person, but I do want to also factor in like these are confirmed cases through the medical field. So, there's so many more cases out there, obviously, that are not confirmed and related to the medical field. So at this point in human history, we could probably estimate that most people have gotten COVID, right? Even if, yes, absolutely, 1% is a lot, 0.01% is a lot. But
I wouldn't even say that because if it's 700 million coronavirus cases, that's definitely not most people.
No, it's not, but those are confirmed, right? So we don't confirm all cases throughout the world.
Yeah, but we also don't have all confirmed deaths.
Right. And we also don't have the statistics out there entirely, but we know most of the world population has gotten COVID.
That's why we could use the U.S. because we have better data in here in the U.S.
Right. And that's what I was saying, like, actually, that I had to give you credit that, like, if we tease it out age range, I know with my risk and, like, the risk of the folks around me, it's 0.01%. That's not to say, like, I'm going to go around coughing. My age, pre-existing conditions, folks living in my house, etc.
Yeah, so like again, you're within your age range. Where did you see that it was 0.01%?
It was another website. It was the one before I looked at the WHO one, but and again, I can pull that up later. I don't have a ton of time to tease it out. The point being, Parker, is that I think we all don't want people to die, obviously, but I also feel for the kids that are having like mental health issues because of masking that are set back. With their speech delays or their learning delays. I think there's a bigger conversation to be had than just death, right? And I think that part of the reason why I'm hesitant to vote Democrat this time is because there was no conversation. It was stifling of that conversation of holistically, like, what are we doing? How are we damaging our financial well-being? How are we damaging our mental health? How are we damaging our children's education? I think that is a bigger conversation to be had that was really stifled by the Democrats. It was like, nope, you don't talk about that. You do what we say. That was the messaging that I got, and that was really uncomfortable. And I'm like, I don't really align with that myself. So for myself, I would say that that is a huge thing that like I can't agree with. I just can't agree with.
So we can talk about this, and we have talked about this.
Yeah.
These things have been talked about. That's why lockdowns aren't seen to be as effective now. But in relation to masks, the mental health effects from masks are very minimal comparative to the positive impacts. Okay, so if you give me any source,
but for children, right?
Even for children, because children pass it to adults and to grandparents.
What I'm saying is, for children, they have more of a negative effect than a positive effect. And again, I'm
You're not
happy to
taking
pull
into account
that
the broader
stuff up.
society.
I am,
Thank you
though.
for the answer. I appreciate it.
I
Thank you
am,
so much.
because
No, not in terms of the likelihood of
What do you
them
mean?
getting it and
Why
then
do you
passing it to
think?
their grandparents or to pass it to their parents
Well,
or to pass it
obviously,
to their
like,
friends.
but how do you know that they're going to pass it along?
Because the kids get sick and they transmit viruses. When I was a
Yeah,
kid,
so does,
I'm touching
but so
everything.
does
I'm doing
everyone. Right.
I'm getting sick all the time.
Right. For instance, let's say we have a child who is not exhibiting symptoms, okay, and they visit the grandma. In that situation, if they want to do that, that's fine. But I don't think we should be forced to do that. And I think there are different ways to go about that.
You're talking about in terms of vaccine forcing? I'm not
No,
arguing
I'm talking
forcing.
about masking. Yeah.
Mask
No,
forcing?
I definitely don't believe in allowing the government to forcefully inject anything into people's bloodstream.
Oh, it's not forcibly inject. You can choose to either go to public school or not. Thank you for the hand, I appreciate it. We already did this with a bunch of other vaccines.
Right. But I don't agree with you're going to lose your job if you don't vaccinate kind of thing. I don't personally agree with it. Other people do. It's not something.
It depends on the vaccine. Like, it depends on the time period. Like, I'm not for it now, but like in the pandemic time, if it was like the first strain of the virus and we had the vaccine just come out, yeah, absolutely, that would have been a great job.
And that's okay for you, but for you to think that that's okay to
mandate,
force other people.
Yep, absolutely, because it saves lives.
You think it's okay to force other people to inject? Okay, but here's
things
the thing.
that are life-saving,
Then you're putting other people at risk because people have adverse side effects all the time.
Yeah, people are at less risk from vaccinating rather than just getting the virus without vaccination.
But you can't say let's say you're saying to me at the beginning of the pandemic, and you're saying, hey, you need to get vaccinated. I believe in forcefully vaccinating you. Okay.
Again, not force, but you're saying if you want to work at this company, you get this vaccine.
Right. I think that's wrong. I don't believe that anybody should force you to put anything into your body that you don't want to be put into your body. You know what I mean?
Okay. So let's say parents don't want to give their kids the polio vaccine, right? And children are getting polio. Okay. Do you think that we should force the parents to, if they want their kids to go to the public school, that they have to get the polio vaccine?
Well, let's look back on polio stats, right? The vaccine came out after the decline of polio. And also it was around a time where health and hygiene and antibiotics were starting to come up a little bit more. So we got to look at health as way more holistic than we were doing. And I really feel holistic? We have to look at all of it, right? Like what is the rate of polio? What are some other cures besides for vaccination?
Yeah, they do this within studies.
Yeah. So we have to.
Yeah, and the studies indicate that it's more effective to get vaccinated than to do any of these other things.
With certain vaccines, like for the tetanus one?
Yeah, the polio vaccine, particularly, kids are getting polio. Would you mandate the vaccine in schools?
If they want that, they can choose that. But if a parent knows that they don't want to vaccinate their children, then they have also the choice to homeschool, and that's okay. And it's
so you're okay with forcing it in public school systems, but they have the choice to do homeschool.
I'm not
okay. So same thing with work, right?
With forcing anybody to inject anything in their bloodstream, because that's a singular mindset that only a vaccination can cure.
No, do you think that
there's other effective treatments that we know that also cure certain diseases as well, and people should have the choice to choose certain things that they want as far as healthcare goes. They should choose it. So that's just where I stand. Yeah.
So are you okay with making people get the vaccine in order to go to public school? Or is it still parent choice?
It's
so even if kids are dying of polio because some anti-vax parents don't want to get their kids vaccinated, you're still okay with not mandating it?
That's such a hypothetical, though. What children?
That is not a hypothetical. That actually happens in reality, and that's why we mandate them right now.
Okay, what children do you know have died of polio?
None, because we mandate them.
Are you sure that's because of it? You got to dig deeper.
Yeah, that is actually yes, absolutely.
You got to dig deeper. What happened? When was the vaccine introduced, and when was polio declining?
Yeah, so we can look at the effectiveness of the polio vaccine. We see it to be after multiple boosters, like 98, 99% effective. Okay, that heavily reduces the likelihood of polio negatively impacting you, your child, your grandparents, right? Everyone you care about. Okay, these children would be negatively impacted and would die if these vaccines were not mandated in school systems. That is a fact.
not,
It
unfortunately.
literally is a fact. It literally is a fact.
No, it's not. I think you need to go back and look at.
I have, and yeah, I have.
One,
I have.
And when polio already went through the population before the vaccine was introduced. So
You're talking about this, like the after the introduction.
yeah,
because
it's like they had already reached herd immunity by then.
No, we did not. No.
Well, you can look at it. I've done my research on vaccines too. So
yeah, and the research is very clear. The vaccines are extremely effective.
I'm not saying they're not effective. I'm just saying how necessary
They're clearly
was
effective.
it.
98,
Okay,
99%.
I said I'm saying that I'm not arguing with you about the effectiveness. I'm arguing with you about when it was introduced and whether it is.
Oh yeah, that's separate from what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You're acknowledging that if you do not mandate the vaccination, that less people will get vaccinated, and if less people get vaccinated, kids are at a greater risk of dying.
That we don't know about.
No, we fucking do. This is a fact of reality, okay? It is a fact that 98, 99% effectiveness.
So I don't know why
this
you're
leads to
getting
children
so
dying.
mad
You don't think you realize this?
It doesn't, though. It doesn't.
You're literally denying scientific fact right now because the studies very clearly indicate. Oh, let me finish. The studies very clearly indicate that it has a 98, 99% effective rating for the polio vaccine, okay? That is a fact of reality.
Okay, but when was it introduced? How do you know? Because you can't.
It doesn't matter about introduction. We isolated variables and we see that it's this effective.
You can't test on a population that already has herd immunity. You can't.
And
then you say,
you can test on it. That's why they have separate experiments.
So it's 98% effective after you test on herd immunity. That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense to me.
No, you cannot test on herd immunity. You can test people that have never got it before. That's literally what they would do with these vaccinations tests.
If wild polio is not circulating, and you don't know. You don't know. So you're taking it because you don't know. You're just doing it.
No, we have experiments. We literally have experiments. They isolate these variables, right? And we see what happens. So like you're literally not engaging.
I literally am.
No, it's
I'm
literally
just
a fact
saying
of
you
reality.
need to go and look. You need to go look at vaccine introduced and when we reached herd immunity.
So are you?
Because
let me see if you're disputing this.
valid
Let me just try to clarify the terminology.
Yeah.
Do you dispute the idea that if it was not mandated, right, then that vaccine, or I mean that if it was mandated, that rates would be lower? Are you disputing that?
Say that again.
Are you disputing that if it was vaccinated, the rates will not be lower? I mean, are you saying that it will not be lower?
Polio, because we already reached herd immunity. Yeah, it would probably be. I mean, I don't know. We'd have to do a study on it right now.
So you think it would be the same?
Impossible to do because we've already reached herd immunity when the vaccine.
No,
came
I'm
out.
saying right now, do you think that if we did not mandate the polio vaccine within public school systems, that there would be an increased risk of people getting polio in school systems?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. We'd have to figure that out.
No, we already know that. We already know it, right? I can send you stuff on this if you'd like.
So, but are you of the mindset that like of forcing parents to inject things into their children's bloodstreams that they, that there is a risk of death?
If you want to go to public school, you need to get the polio vaccine. You need to get multiple different vaccines to go to public school if you're sending your kids to public school. Yeah. I can send you a study from the NIH right now that says it's 99 to 100% effectiveness. Alyssa Rose, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
I just don't understand how they came up with those stats because we had already.
I can send it to you right now. The title of it. Yeah. The title of it is polio vaccine, and look up NIH polio vaccine.
So how about these mothers and fathers who notice, like, these children get these vaccines and then they have an adverse side effect or they die? I mean, the risk
happens at significantly lower rates than polio.
There's still a risk of death, and when there's risk, there should always be choice.
Yeah, and so are you against mandates on car seat or like seatbelts? Because some people still die even though they use a seatbelt.
A seatbelt's not going into my bloodstream, right? So that's a little bit different.
But so you're talking about forcing people to do things with their body. That's forcing someone to do something with their body.
I'm saying I don't want a government to force me to inject anything into my bloodstream.
Okay. So so let's say that there's a virus, right? Like the Black Plague. We have a cure for it, okay? It's spreading amongst a bunch of people. 30% of people die who get it, right? Are you for mandating the vaccination? or the cure in this scenario?
I mean, yeah, I think the risk-benefit analysis is definitely there. That makes sense.
Same here, right? The risk-benefit analysis right here. If you read it, 99 to 100% efficacy after 3 doses.
Right, but
okay, that's very fucking clear. That is the most clear you can get.
You should go and read when the polio vaccine was first introduced, right?
This is not relevant to whether or not it's effective. I'm only talking about the efficacy of it. Okay,
Which
I don't
is
need to know the rest of it.
Which is effectiveness.
Yes, efficacy relates to effectiveness, right? Absolutely.
Yeah. So, but I mean, do me a favor if you want and read when that was introduced, and then read the pamphlet that those vaccines come in and look at all the risks and say, hey, is this something I want? And then I feel like everybody should be able to make their decision on that, right? Yep.
Oh my God, the source I have, it literally tells us adverse effects. Serious reactions following routine immunizations are rare, but include hypersensitivity, anaphylaxis, and seizures. The rate of allergic reaction to routine vaccines is 1 per million doses administered. More commonly, the recipient may experience a local vaccine reaction, including erythema or soreness at the injection site. Thank you for the handout. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Other uncommon reported minor adverse reactions include irritability, fatigue, anorexia, fever, and vomiting. Vaccine-derived poliovirus presents a small risk in regions where immunization rates are low and the oral polio vaccine is administered. The live attenuated virus may acquire virulence, right, thus posing an infectious threat. It is not known to be a complication of the IPV, the vaccine from the polio vaccine. The only polio vaccine in the United States for routine child vaccination since 2000. So yeah, they explain it on that source.
Read the adverse effects, like go to the vaccine maker, the manufacturer, and read their warnings, like all the way. So I'm just saying it's important to have informed consent on what you're putting into your body, right? So, and I don't have a ton of time left to chat with you, unfortunately, because I think you're a great debater. But I say, this is my value, right? Everybody has different values. My value is I don't want a government to force me to put things into my bloodstream. I want to have that choice to do the risk-benefit analysis. People think that's an evil thing. Fine, I'm not an evil person. Obviously, I'm looking at my family. I'm looking at everybody that I'm in contact with when I make such decisions, right? People are saying I'm anti-vax. That's actually not true. I have gotten vaccinations. My children have gotten vaccinations. I am pro-informed consent and pro-choice. I think that there is a broader conversation to be had on some of these diseases in the past that we now have medications for, that maybe a vaccination might not be necessary. Maybe it is. I don't know. You can choose that, right? I don't think we should live in a world where a state apparatus can inject things into our body against our will. That's a very slippery slope, right? So
what you just said is a slippery slope fallacy. Just because we do it once doesn't mean all these times. So that's the first thing. Secondly, are you pro-choice when it relates to abortion?
I am pro-choice. I think
when it relates to abortion?
Yeah, I think people should choose up until 9. Well, it depends on what the woman is like. If the fetus is viable, there's some different factors, right? We have to look at things holistically. But essentially, I think that a woman should be able to choose what she wants to do with her body, right? I'm not against that. I think that we should have choice on where we want to birth. I think we should have choice on how we want to be treated during birth. I think we should have choice on if, it's not the right time to have a baby, if it's a healthcare risk, whatever. I mean, I'm not going to force a woman against her will to carry a baby. That's not part of my value system myself.
So if it's 9 months, right, you think that they can get a lethal abortion at 9 months?
What are the circumstances around it? I think these are cases.
They literally just want it.
Right. They literally just want
They want it because they don't want to take care of it anymore.
At 9 months is a bit ridiculous, right? Because the fetus is already viable.
But you said, but again, right, we're talking about the choice.
But I'm saying that, yes, there's a choice, but once you become viable, why would you choose to kill somebody, right? Like we need to have like broader and more nuanced conversations about this, right?
Yeah. So like, let me
it's
clarify,
not like
right?
a yes or no kind of thing. We really need to talk about this.
Can I clarify a scenario?
9 months is horrific, and I think most people.
I understand, but you said that someone should be able to choice in any single scenario. Okay.
No, I didn't say any single scenario. I said I feel like women should have the choice to choose that, right? But to an extent, these are nuanced conversations. I also said I don't want a government injecting things into my bloodstream against my will. That's what I said. So that's where my value lies.
Yeah, inducing labor is injecting things into your body. You understand that, right? That you didn't want.
And again, a woman should have a choice if they want to be induced, and there's natural.
They don't want to be induced. They want a lethal abortion. Is that okay for them to do?
When and what circumstances?
9 months. 9 months.
You know, no, it's the fetus is viable then.
So the point is that you should not be able to do things in which can lead to the death of beings, right? Just because you choose to do
again,
so.
Right? And even some vaccines can lead to death. There has to be.
Yeah, and that's at a significantly lower rate than not.
Because you're trying to put me in a box to say, like, you believe this, you want to hurt people. I see where you're going logically with this, or you think it's logical, but life is not like that. It's very nuanced, right? Like, we need to have bigger, broader, holistic conversations about these things. So I don't feel comfortable with you boxing me in like that, because that's not where I'm at. That's not where my value system is at. So I have to push back on that. I don't think that we should do things to risk other people's lives, obviously, but we have to, as adults, also take an approach where we don't let the state constantly tell us what to do either, right? But these are nuanced conversations.
Yeah, so I don't think that the state constantly should tell us. I'm just saying, in these scenarios where we have good reason to believe that it's irrational, right?
Okay.
To say not get a vaccination because there's literally no reason, unless you have a medical issue. Thank you, I appreciate that. Right. Thank you, which would be a medical exception in my view, right? To not get the vaccination.
So you believe in medical exemption?
Yeah, of course. Oh, of course. Okay. Yeah, like some people can die from getting vaccinations.
Right.
And we know that they're likely to.
Right. And I have certain.
That's exactly why other people should get vaccinated, is to ensure that even though, since those people can't get vaccinated, those people are protected.
I think that's fabulous. I agree with you. I also think that where there's risk, there has to be choice, right? So even if you don't have an issue that is documented.
Okay, then not all 9 months there's choice, because there's risk with pregnancy.
There's absolutely risk with pregnancy, but you're saying, can a woman have a lethal abortion at 9 months and everything is normal? Absolutely not. That's a viable fetus and everything is normal. I think
because it would be irrational given the conditions. I understand, right? But that's exactly what I'm saying with the vaccination.
Right, but it's irrational to you.
No, it's irrational in general.
That you're seeing. Okay, so you think that everybody. I have a question for you. Do you think everybody should have been forced to take the COVID vaccine, given the risks and given the fact that it doesn't stop transmission? And there's kind of tentative data that it may or may not reduce the risk of the outcome of the disease, being adverse for folks.
Yeah, you clearly aren't even talking about the COVID vaccine, the same one I am. And Nico, that absolutely does happen, and that's absolutely important to look up, right? Where these are hypothetical scenarios meant to refer to this. So can you say what you just last said again? I wanted to respond.
I was just wondering if you believe that everybody should be forced to take a COVID vaccine that we know is risky, that doesn't stop transmission like they said it was going to.
It literally does. So the first strain,
doesn't stop transmission.
Yeah, with the first strain, it was 95%. That's stopping 95% of the time.
Again, but we're not on the first strain, and it literally.
Now we aren't. So you were saying in the first strain. So now are we changing the hypothetical?
There's actually some evidence coming out that the vaccine can actually make the virus adapt. So it's no longer going wild, right? The quote unquote, they call it the wild virus. It's no longer wild, but it's adapting to these vaccines, and it's kind of becoming supercharged, right? So there's some theory
that's actually less likely to happen.
There is some evidence out there that this.
I'd love to see it, but given the fact that you are vaccinated, you're less likely to get the virus. So the virus itself is less likely to.
Absolutely untrue.
That's not. No, it is.
Evidence,
It is. Stop. Let me. Okay. So there is very clear evidence indicating that is less likely you're to get the virus and less likely to transmit it to other people, given the fact that you're vaccinated. If you are less likely to get it and less likely to transmit it to other people, that reduces the amount of people that would get the virus. How many times, right? Therefore, the virus would have less instances to mutate.
We're not looking at the same data, Parker.
Yeah, you're looking at some weird clown data. Like this is literally
I'm
like across the
absolutely
entire
not.
world.
I'm absolutely
the entire
not.
world. This is internationally true, right? Talk all the institutions internationally, talking all the different governments. This is consensus.
Well, I don't know what to. I can't change your mind. I'm not here to change your mind. But I.
No, give me a
know
source.
that-
I'd love to look at it.
Okay, I will send that to you in the messages. It's not something I'm going to do right now, but I definitely will get that to you if you want to message me, remind me, or whatever. But I disagree with that. I think if we come back to the kind of the crux of the debate was, why do you support Trump? I don't even like Trump. The reason is that I feel like, and I've seen mandates really hurt families. I've seen inflation really hurt families. I don't trust that the current administration is going to fix that. And I'm not seeing evidence that, cost of living is going down, that people are getting a break from the cost of everything, right? So it's causing unnecessary suffering. And you mentioned unnecessary suffering, right, with these vaccine things. We can agree to disagree, but I think the value that we share is that we don't want people to have unnecessary suffering. I can't support an administration that causes unnecessary suffering, or at least does little to nothing to alleviate that.
Yeah, I don't accept that they're causing unnecessary suffering
You don't,
any differently
but I do,
than
I've
say like Trump.
Well, how much was gas under
Thank you, the
Trump?
mermaid. I appreciate it. Wasn't me. Thank you so much. Understanding economics, right? Inflation is a global phenomenon. It's happening across the entire world. Gas prices are going up across the entire world due to the fucking Russia-Ukraine situation. That has heavily increased gas prices for people. That's the biggest driver of these particular things, because again, gas's prices has an impact on the broader economy, or oil prices has an impact on the overall economy due to transportation costs. So unnecessary suffering, that's going to exist with both Trump or Biden there. Isabel, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's why I'm a progressive Democrat. That's why I'm for universal healthcare. You being against universal healthcare is support of unnecessary suffering.
I'm not against universal. I'm not against that.
You're pro universal healthcare?
I think everybody should have the right to good healthcare. Absolutely. I'm not saying that I'm even a Republican. I actually don't associate with any party. I see a lot of unnecessary suffering happening right now, to the point where people aren't even able to afford groceries for their children. I mean, these are basic survival things. And
wait, but inflation is a global phenomenon. Again, it's not specific to the U.S.
It is, but the U.S., you would agree, is an economic powerhouse in the world, and we have
and prices. Inflation is going down, by the way.
We have a lot of control and power. It may be going down, but prices are not going down, right? Because we know that, because groceries year to year have been. You don't want crazy
prices. So okay, here's the issue. You don't want prices necessarily to go down in an overall economy that can spur a recession.
Right. But we don't want it to go up this much where people can't.
We don't want it to go up as much as it is, but we don't want it to go down necessarily.
I agree with you. Obviously, we need to keep business going and things like this. I don't think at the current rate it's sustainable. I don't think this current administration has the wherewithal, the understanding, or the economic acumen to deal with it. So for that reason, I won't be voting for them. I just won't.
Yeah, you'd have to give me a reason to believe that the inflation would be different.
Well, I could see the markets. If Trump got elected, I could see the stock market obviously increasing just based off of that. I think the Russia and Ukraine.
That's inflation, by the way.
Yes,
the stock market increasing is literally inflation.
Yeah, well, yes and no, right? And then I could see the Russia and Ukraine thing being resolved. These are hypotheticals, but obviously I think that he could probably resolve this. I could see inflation leveling out to a point where people can actually afford things. Oh, hold on, baby. I gotta go soon. Sorry, Parker. But I just I don't have faith in this current administration to do it. So.
Yeah, I get you, but I think that Trump's administration is going to be worse for that because if anything, Trump is going to be invoking federal judges. Thank you for the head mustache. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. That will actually be limiting progressive legislation to the future. So things like universal health care, access to college, all those other types of policies that are meant to reduce the unnecessary suffering that we were talking about earlier. Thank you for that mustache. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. So that's gonna actually be an issue. Right?
I agree. That'll be an issue. I think though the rate at which we're, spending right now, and obviously we need to be focusing our money in different ways, and we need to be putting tax dollars in ways that are effective and aren't like making a ton of administrators a bunch of money and then everyone else suffer. Like there needs to be an efficiency with our budget in such a way where we can achieve some of those things like better education, lower cost of education, better healthcare, or at least universal healthcare. There are things I agree with you on that, but I don't see the current way with this administration. I don't see that ever happening.
Well, I don't think it's going to happen under either administration fully. The point I'm making is that this administration is going to make it more likely for these to happen. Thank you for the owl. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Mar. I appreciate it. Because
you
again,
think this current administration is going to deal with inflation the way it is? Because I don't see it
it's not the administration. It's the Federal Reserve that deals with it.
Right. But there's some control there with the presidency and with the Congress on that. And they're just not dealing with it.
No, so inflation's a monetary phenomena. It's going to be related to like the Fed. The Fed has some people from the government like sitting on the board, right? But it's not going to be determined by like Biden or anything.
Well, obviously he's not going to determine inflation, but there are things that he and Congress can do, right? For like price gouging, they can cap interest rates for mortgage. They can do certain things there that would help the average American.
Okay, so capping interest rates for mortgages reduces the level of signals that are going into the market to be able to like fix that in the first place. So
no, I get that, but it's so out of control that it's like...
Also, the price controls don't help as well, because if we just put price controls there, that causes shortages. Because if we put a price control there, that essentially doesn't get companies to want to produce more of the good. Because
what about price control?
Hold on. The price going up actually incentivizes more businesses to produce this particular good, which increases the level of competition and supply, which stabilizes the price again. So the price signals actually going up isn't necessarily always a bad thing, right? In some scenarios, it can be bad if we're talking about necessities, right? But this isn't something in which that's the case.
Hold on, baby.
Mustache. Appreciate it.
Okay, I got one more minute here that I can be on. But so, do you think that tuition rates should go up? Do you think cost of prescription goods should go up? Things like that. Like there shouldn't be any cap on that. Do you think that mortgage rates should just be like astronomical?
No, we should provide them. Not price caps, but we should provide them. Like,
and how do you think we should provide them? Via tax dollars? So do you want to be like super taxed and then also trust
universal healthcare systems around the world? They have half as much spending per person on healthcare, and they have on average better health outcomes.
But so do you think that's possible?
Because they spend less money. We would save money.
Idealistic, right? Because you think
no,
that's
it's not.
Possible.
It's realistic. It's happening in all those countries around the world.
No, it's realistic for them, but it's idealistic for the United States because that's not.
No, it's realistic for the United States.
You think that could happen here?
Yes, absolutely.
I don't think
we're the richest country on the face of the planet to ever exist. Absolutely,
but they won't do it on either side. They're not going to do it.
Yeah, because of the corruption that exists from corporations being able to influence our political system that is not seen in other countries around the world.
Exactly. I totally agree with you on that, for sure. I totally agree with you on that. And so then, then we got to choose what we most align with, right? So it's difficult. And you got to choose the value that makes sense to you. Everybody's going to choose the value that makes sense to them and their family. And I agree with that. I think that's okay, you know?
Yeah, and again, the Democrats, they're going to make us slightly better off than the Republicans are, but that's not to say that the Democrats are doing everything correct. There are many things that the Democrats are doing very wrong, and that's why I critique them constantly. Yeah. Right? But like, in order for me to critique the Democrats have to be in office, right? Else I'd be, critiquing Trump, right?
I think, and again, I started this off saying, I don't even support Trump. I don't even like the guy. I think he's a terrible speaker. I think he's a loudmouth. I think he's rude. But I think he's effective on certain things. So, and I'm not affiliated with any political party myself. I just think that if we can reduce suffering, this is the way I see it. And everybody sees it differently. You have your ways of seeing it. I have my ways of coming at it.
Sure, yeah. So is there anything else you want to talk about or add then?
No, but I appreciate the debate. I think you're an amazing, smart person, and it was a good debate.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow you back. Send me the resources on that. I'd love to talk to you again about that if you do so.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks.
Appreciate it. Have a good day.
You too.
Yeah, that ended a lot better than it started for sure. That definitely ended a lot better. But yeah, that was good. I'm gonna get off for tonight, everyone. I appreciate everyone coming on. Tomorrow I should be on probably around 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time as well. We're gonna send everyone over to. Should we go to RTP's debate? I've never been able to host RTP. It's RTP versus Jamal right now. So everyone go to RTP Talks right now. Everyone look up this is on my second account. So everyone look up RTP Talks, spam raid, Parker raid, love from Parker. Everyone go to RTP Talks, spam Parker raid, spam love from Parker. I appreciate that, Mustache. Thank you so much. Have a great night, everyone. I'll see everyone later. Love y'all so much. Bye, everyone. Again, look up RTP Talks, and spam Parker raid, spam love from Parker, y'all. Love everyone. Bye-bye, y'all.